Good morning, everyone. My name is Mario Esteban, and I'm Senior Analyst for the Asia-Pacific region at Elcano Real Institute. It's my pleasure to welcome you today to this event titled Korea and the Reform. Yes, now it works. Good. Okay, so let's go again, right? Okay, so good morning. As I said, my name is Mario Esteban, and I'm Senior Analyst for the Asia-Pacific region at Elcano Real Institute, and it's really my pleasure to welcome you today to this event. Also, I would like to greet the people who is following the event online. The title of this event is Korea and the Reform of Global Governance, Opportunities for Cooperation with the EU and Spain, and we are co-organizing this event with the generous support of the Korea Foundation. I would like to begin by extending my gratitude to all the speakers for taking the time to be here today. In particular, to former Minister Yoon, who had a very accidental trip and very busy agenda, and I'm really happy, that you are here today with us. I also wish to express our heartfelt thanks to the Embassy of the Republic of Korea in Spain, particularly to Ambassador Im Soosuk, for his continued support and interest in the activities of Elcano Real Institute. And of course, I would like to thank the dedicated team at Elcano for the efforts in organizing this important event. A special word of thanks goes also to the Korea Foundation, because this is the 8th consecutive years that we organize this kind of event together. These projects have been of great help for fostering dialogue among Korea and Spain, for experts, civil society, officials, so we're very happy to have this platform, for dialogue with Korean counterparts. These discussions, as I said, are of significant relevance for our societies, and the topic that we will explore today, the reform of global governance, is an excellent example of that. The global governance system is currently at a critical juncture. I think we all can agree on that. The rules-based international order faces mounting threats from major powers seeking to prioritize their own nationalist ambitions over global norms. And this has led to an increased conflict and uncertainty, making international cooperation more difficult than ever. And in such a turbulent environment, the European Union and its member states must not only be prepared to navigate the complex dynamics of power politics, but also actively work to reinforce global governance structures that uphold the principles of multilateralism, rule of law, and international stability. To achieve this, Europe should strengthen partnerships with like-minded partners that share a vision for a more inclusive, rules-based, and cooperative global governance system. Despite this significant role in global affairs, the Republic of Korea is often overlooked in European discussions on global governance. However, South Korea is a highly capable and reliable partner. We share values and strategic interests in supporting a fair and unstable international order. Furthermore, South Korea is exceptionally well positioned to collaborate with the EU in this endeavor for several reasons. First, South Korea has consistently demonstrated a strong commitment to multilateralism, free trade, and international law. Its proactive engagement in global institutions, including the United Nations, G20, WTO, underscores its dedication to a cooperative, rules-based international order. Second, South Korea is a vibrant democracy with a dynamic and sophisticated economy, which empowers it to advocate for reforms in global trade, finance, and technology governance. As an innovative and technological powerhouse, the Republic of Korea is ideally situated to influence global tech regulations and help modernize global governance to ensure the responsible development and use of disruptive technologies. And third, finally but not least, the EU and the Republic of Korea have established a robust institutional framework for bilateral cooperation. South Korea was the first country to establish working agreements with the EU, covering all three pillars of economic, political, and security affairs. This provides a solid foundation for enhancing cooperation on global governance. With this in mind, we believe it would be valuable to stimulate a debate on how to strengthen Europe-Korea cooperation on global governance particularly in light of the current challenges facing the international order. And this is precisely what we aim to do here today. We have organized a keynote speech by former South Korean Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Yoon Byung-seo, followed by 2 roundtable discussions that will explore Korea's perspectives on global governance and the opportunities for cooperation with Europe, both the EU and its member states. Specifically, the first panel will address this topic within the framework of multilateral formats, while the second panel will focus on minilateral formats, particularly the G7. And without further ado, it's my honor to introduce the Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to Spain, Mr. Soosuk. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Esteban, and Honorable former Foreign Minister of Korea, Mr. Yoon Byung-seo, esteemed panelists, and ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to speak at this seminar with such a good friends of Korea. I'm also very happy to see my respected mentors and former leaders from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Under their able leadership, I enjoyed working closely with our European partners on bilateral, regional, and global issues during my career. Based on that experience, I'd like to share a few reflections on the evolving partnership between EU and Korea. Korea and EU are geographically distant, but our bonds are deep and strong. When I was posted to Brussels 1 decade ago, Korea became the first country in the world to conclude 3 key agreements with EU: Framework Agreement and Free Trade Agreement in 2010, and Framework Participation Agreement on Crisis Management 2014. And I engaged this 3rd agreement from the beginning to the end. And Korea joined the EU's Strategic Partners Club later than others, but became the front runner in just 4 years. My colleagues in the EU have often described Korea as a role model or beacon in international cooperation. And I used to compare the European Union to a beautiful necklace with 27 jewels of different colors and sizes, but all bound together by a thread of shared values. Korea may not be part of the European Union, but we are united by those same fundamental values. In the face of mounting security challenges, our cooperation has deepened and broadened in scope. Last November, Korea and the EU signed the Security and Defense Partnership, covering 15 areas, including maritime security, cybersecurity, counterterrorism, non-proliferation, and space defense. We trust this partnership will strengthen our collaboration to respond to a shared security threat. The security of Europe and the Indo-Pacific are interconnected. The deployment of North Korean troops to Russia is a stark illustration of this reality. In such a context, Korea is also a natural and global partner for NATO. Together with other Indo-Pacific 4 countries, Korea has been invited to NATO for the ministers' meeting and summit for 4 years in a row. On the global stage, Korea is active in multilateral forums such as the UN Security Council, the UN Human Rights Council, and the UN Social and Economic Council, and G20. This year, we are also honored to chair APEC. Korea is committed to promoting global peace and prosperity hand in hand with European Union and Spain. In today's world of growing uncertainty, the Korea G7 partnership is more important than ever. Korea fully shares the G7's core values of a rules-based international order, and Korea has the capabilities to play a constructive role in shaping the global agenda. We look forward to working closely with our partners in the EU and other like-minded partners. Korea is also taking a leading role in ensuring the safety and security of artificial intelligence. Last year, we hosted 2 summits and contributed to international discussions on AI. At the second summit on responsible AI in the military domain last September, we presented the blueprint for action. We are now cooperating very closely with Spain and the Netherlands in preparation for the third summit this year. And we highly appreciate former Minister Yoon's great role as co-chair of the Global Commission on Re-aim. This year, we commemorate the 75th anniversary of diplomatic ties between Korea and Spain, the 15th anniversary of Korea-EU strategic partnership. We have achieved much, but we have more work to do together. The future of global order will depend more on cooperation between the EU and Indo-Pacific countries. I'm confident that Korea, Spain, and the EU will continue to lead joint efforts with dedication and shared vision. I thank the Elcano Institute for hosting this seminar and all of you for your presence today. Thank you for your attention.
We will move now to our keynote speaker, former Ambassador Yoon Byung-soo. He served as the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea from March 2013 until June 2017, being the longest serving foreign minister in South Korea after 1981. Prior to that, he served as Deputy National Security Advisor to the President, responsible for Korea's foreign, defense, and unification policy, and also a senior coordinator at the National Security Council of the Presidential Office. As a career diplomat with 37 years long experience, his foreign postings include the United States, the United Nations in New York and Geneva, Singapore and Australia. And the headquarters, he was Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade when Ban Ki-moon, former UN Secretary General, was the Foreign Minister. He graduated from Seoul National University's College of Law and received a master's degree from Johns Hopkins University's Paul Nitze School of Advanced International Studies. He was a visiting professor at the Graduate School of International Studies of Songan University in Seoul from 2009 until becoming becoming Minister of Foreign Affairs in 2013. He is currently involved with many organizations and think tanks. And I would like to, because his CV, I mean, you could spend, so many times on that. But I really would like to underline a report he published in English by the NEAR Foundation in 2023 under the title of Quo Vadit Mundus, Competing for Order in a Fragmenting World. Maybe could be of your interest. So without further ado, Minister Yoon, and please again, thanks so much, for being here.
Thank you. Good morning. Actually, I came directly from UAE after finishing my chairmanship of the Global Commission on Military AI, which is now one of the most important global agendas in this age of AI. Dr. Mario Esteban, Ambassador Lim, distinguished participants, including my colleague Ambassador Kim and Victor Cha, and also many Spanish colleagues, Professor Ramon Pardo, and ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, let me extend my heartfelt congratulations and appreciation to the Elcano Royal Institute and the Korea Foundation for hosting this very prestigious and timely gathering. It's a great privilege to speak before you, timing-wise, especially at a moment when the world is now fragmenting so fast along the fault lines of geopolitical, geoeconomic, and geotechnological, fault lines. The Korea-Europe relationship, which has successfully grown in both breadth and depth for more than 60 years, is not immune from such upheavals in the international order either. As both Dr. Esteban and Ambassador has mentioned, today both Europe and Korea confront a unique combination of old and new challenges, or we may call it crisis, intertwined crisis, that stretch across regions also and domains, from Russian aggression against Ukraine, Israel-Hamas war, to escalating US-China rivalry and the creeping erosion, maybe fast evolving erosion of multilateralism, and particularly rules-based international order. Actually, I wrote a long article on this rules-based international order. Why is it silent for the last several months? If this kind of turbulence is not external alone, it is also internal, i.e., within our own respective alliances based on collective security and strategic trust. Therefore, the theme of today's address speech, Korean the reform of global governance, opportunities for cooperation with EU and Spain, could not be more timely or more urgent. It's because it still reflects our cautious optimism and undaunted spirit in this stormy era, or maybe in the era of shock and awe, according to many of my American colleagues, fraught with perils and uncertainties. But it also flags a fundamental question that I believe will resonate throughout this room, this forum. Why do we need each other more than ever? And how should we move forward in tandem, together? We are having this kind of forum almost every year. But this year's forum is rather unique because you tend to focus more on the challenges to global governance. Global governance is part of the much bigger, comprehensive global challenges. So I try to put all these things in a more holistic way rather than focusing on only global governance issues. So let me approach this theme in three layers. First, the evolving global context that impacts our strategic choices, meaning Korea and EU. And two, Korea's role and opportunities for greater alignment or convergence with Europe. And three, the actionable agenda we can pursue together. I mean, theoretically, in terms of declaration, we have done a lot. What's important at this juncture is the action, how to operationalize what we have agreed through the joint declarations of leaders and through the Troika agreements we have signed, including the announcement on strategic partnership. So turning to the first theme, actually this is related to the environment, or you may call it milieu. When Korea and the EU signed their foundational Troika agreements mentioned by Ambassador Lim and announced the strategic partnership, at the time, it was a more benign international environment. Today, as your very famous Spanish diplomat, former EU High Representative Josep Borrell declared eloquently, now happy globalization is over. The stakes we face are exponentially higher. Conflicts are no longer isolated. Fire is everywhere. The war in Ukraine, the intensifying US-China relationship, the competition, the growing strategic entente between Russia and North Korea through the new alliance treaty. All of these are intertwined together with the looming Taiwan Strait crisis. Until last year, we talked a lot about the strategic de-risking or supply chain fragmentation or weaponization of economic interdependence. But now we see trade, technology, and energy conflicts are now evolving every day, right? And when I visited Washington, D.C. just 2 months ago, the two important presidents of the American institutions said, now you have to be braced for the return of spheres of influence we have seen in the 19th century or early 20th century. But already we are witnessing that kind of trend. So this is a very volatile new era. In this landscape, I think no single power, not even the United States, can manage these challenges alone. But they are talking about America first. The age of the United States supremacy has ended. We are living in as I said, a fragmented world order marked by contested multipolarity and waning global leadership. This waning global leadership is even more true, especially when it comes to our main theme, global governance agendas. At the UN, actually, Ambassador Kim spent many years at the United Nations as the chairman of SDG and many other important agendas. Multilateral challenges basically demand multilateral solutions. But the reality, as we see, is that global leadership, like in the Trump 2.0, is in deep deficit, and global governance is in great turmoil. Globalism and global governance agenda are hardest hit, and there is certain growing hatredism on globalists and globalism. But, for example, global governance mechanisms from the UN Security Council to the WTO, from climate frameworks to universal values like human rights, are on the severe strain. So in this global leadership vacuum, two very important trends. One is China is trying to fill the vacuum left by the United States. Secondly, then countries like the EU, Korea, Japan, and even BRICS countries are now trying to be braced for the responsibilities imposed upon them. But already EU is a big organization through strategic compass or strategic autonomy, something like that. So we are a big player already, part of the G7. But now, in the Indo-Pacific region, Korea, Japan, Australia are now emerging as very important players. And now, as you said, trade, the security, technology are closely intertwined between Indo-Pacific and the Euro-Atlantic. So you cannot separate them altogether. So we are very much natural partners as well as we are sort of strategic partners. This now then we are turning to how much we are converging on many of these issues or challenges between Korea and the EU. Actually, you said in Europe, this importance of our relationship is not very well known. But actually, we have achieved a lot for the last 20 years since this 2010 TOEIC agreements and strategic partnership announcement. It's not well known, but it's occurring, and it's fast moving already. Actually, in 2016, EU Global Strategy rightly designated Korea and Japan as core partners in the Indo-Pacific. But now Indo-Pacific is now focused on even the Trump 2.0. And then perhaps the forthcoming U.S. national security strategy that will be due in maybe December this year or maybe early next year will continue this kind of focus on Indo-Pacific as well, though there is some difference between Biden and Trump. So our strategic alignment of convergence is now deepening, and personally, I think we are moving toward the direction of a quasi-alliance, going beyond the strategic alliance. But for that, we have to operationalize what we have agreed upon in a more vigorous way. The strength of our strength is rooted in shared values, parallel visions, and the convergence of strategic interests across trade, security, and technology. And this culminated in the 2 years ago at the Leaders Summit in 2023. Celebrating 60 years of diplomatic ties, our leaders issued a landmark joint declaration composed of 45 points. 45 points mean that this is maybe the longest or second longest joint declaration we have ever announced vis-a-vis our allies or partners. Maybe Korea-US has one comparable long substantive statement, but this is comparable to that. And 1/3 of those provisions address the global governance issues. I mean, our Korea-EU declaration covered global governance issues from human rights and climate change to multilateral cooperation and regulation of emerging technologies. To me, this signals a shared understanding that cooperation based on values and strategic trust is the key to navigating this ongoing turbulent eras. But however fast the world is evolving, let's not forget the most important article about cooperation. There is Article 1 of Framework Agreement. They said they list 4 attachments. Basically, they are multilateralism, democratic principles, rule of law. Basically, in one word, it's rules-based international order. I think that will continue to be our guiding tenets, I believe. And very recently, our leaders instead re-emphasized that. And then the EU leaders made a similar statement before the UN General Assembly last year. And even Singapore Foreign Minister 2 weeks ago made a statement that Singapore will be a vanguard of supporting rules-based international order, RBIO, at the UN and at the international fora. So now, turning to the third theme, so now, especially this is related to panel 1 and panel 2, then where and how can Korea and Europe operationalize these visions and strategies together and decisively? There are several areas, so many areas, more than 50 areas we have agreed upon. But in terms of categories, probably the first category is regarding to this agenda 1, number 1, multilateral governance, regional multilateral or global multilateral. Because as the Dr. Esteban mentioned, we are now sitting on the UN Security Council, and we have also have some common interest in the reform of WTO, and also there are some demands for the reform of the UNGA or the entire UN system or ECOSOC, human rights or financial architecture, especially the reform, modernize the Sustainable Development Goal. That was the brainchild of Ambassador Kim. He was the chairman of that Rio conference long time ago. So I think this kind of modernized, latest, updated the governance issues are actually reformulated in just 4 months ago at the United Nations through the agreement of the leaders. They adopted Pact for the Future. They agreed on more than 4 dozen Pact for the Future elements. When I read it, I think at least 1/4 of those Pact for the Future agreements relates to this agenda item 1, and where EU and ROC could enhance their cooperation. And because of the time constraint, I'll move to very fast. The second category is what I'm in charge of. That is AI and emerging technologies, or maybe if you focus on risk, that could be disruptive technology. Actually, this is two-pronged technology. It could be our benefit, it could be our risk. and Dr. Kissinger is already worried about the possible integration of AI with nuclear and other WMDs. So we need some kind of global governance, but still we are talking a lot, but still we have some way to go to achieve that agreement on global governance. But at least there is a growing possibility of the more use of AI, cyber issues, and some other tools to threaten us. So we need more work on AI, cyber security, and critical technologies. And 2 years ago, EU and Korea agreed on digital partnership as a cornerstone of this cooperation. And also the third category is the climate governance. I think we do not need this one. And also development as well. But actually on this development, this is what you have to be very much careful about, because the United States, the AI, you say, was now very much not abolished, but was reduced, has been reduced in their roles. But China and many others are now rather redoubling the efforts toward these global South countries. So everything what China is doing is global. Global security initiative, global development initiative, global humanity initiative. While the United States now turning inside, removing USAID, cutting out, substitute the democracy-related institutions, something like that. So I think, or this is one reason why at the United Nations UNGA, US side lost 45 votes compared with the last year on Ukraine resolution. Global South moved in a big swing to the China side. I think this is very unfortunate. So on development, this is very important global governance issues, particularly this Pact for the Future adopted 4 months ago, emphasizing 5 categories: peace and security, sustainable development, digital cooperation, and future generation, and human rights and gender. Especially the last item is now important because where we are now living in where democracy is now in threat so fast. So how can we operationalize this rules-based international order together between EU and ROC? This is the most important. I think that's where you have to spend more time. Then finally, you are going to discuss this, how we can enhance our cooperation in the context of G7. Basically, G7 is not just economic agenda mechanism. It's now already becoming the most important mechanism dealing with the global governance and other global challenges. And now, China and Russia now starting to expand their BRICS countries. Now it has become 11 members, including Indonesia. So countering G7. But nevertheless, still, BRICS has a long way to match G7, I think, because the many achievements and many potential ability of the G7. But G7 will have more, I think, roles to play when they expand their scope to some another capable the actors like Korea, Australia, or something like that. Some kind of strong affiliation between Korea and G7, I think that will help G7 with operationalizing their objectives and vision in a more meaningful way. Now, in the wake of the Trump 2.0, maybe there will be some time. G7's cohesion will be tested. But even in that occasion, even in that scenario, the affiliation, strong affiliation between Korea and the EU could bolster Asian representation and reinforce democratic solidarity and strategic convergence. So my conclusion is this. Now, this is the right time. As you rightly said, this is the opportunity, not just a risk. This is the opportunity for us to form a very strong coalition of the capable and the willing. Maybe you can call it like-minded coalition. But we are not starting from scratch. Already in 2023, we agreed on a very comprehensive roadmap between the two leaders. And now, this year, we are celebrating 75th anniversary of Korea and Spain. We have the strategic partnership as well. So I think already these are built-in mechanisms. So we need to more informal or formal built-in mechanisms. Last November, one important built-in mechanism has been inaugurated and started their work. That is strategic partnership dialogue between foreign ministers. They are now covering all domains of our global governance issues. So I think that could help us a lot. So the way forward requires more than alignment. It's more rather, I think, more the convergence. And I think even though UK is not a member of the EU, but at the last UN General Assembly, the Foreign Secretary David Lammy made very eloquent remarks that he will reject a world governed by in which might makes right or might makes justice. It should be the other way around. I think that means UK will continue to focus on rules-based international order, but actually that is what we agreed upon between the two leaders 2 years ago. So now, as I said at the outset, if we move together in tandem, together, I think we'll be the best partner. Not just my way, but our way. That's my favorite song, I think. So I hope whenever I go visit my colleagues in Washington, D.C., my catchphrase is don't be penny wise, don't be penny wise. But it's not good. You are resort to penny wise but pound foolish. So, and it's better for us to change, to add one more A, make America an alliance great again, not just America great again. Or, going beyond that, make America and the world great again. That should be our approach. And Korea and EU should work very hard until the United States come back to that slogan of actually there was a stipulated in the freedom of, the state of liberty. There, it was written like this. This is for the United States and for the world liberty, not just the United States alone. So I think this is what we have to discuss this morning through 2 sessions. Thank you very much.
So we will move now to the first panel. So please, I would like to invite the speakers to join me here. No, first panel. Okay, so let's begin now with the first panel. We are a little bit behind schedule, so I'm not going to really introduce the topic as I was supposed to, particularly after, former Minister Jun, yes, did it so eloquently, so I think there is no need of that anymore. But I would just like to underline that in this panel, as we said before, we're going to focus more on the multilateral perspective when we talk about the reform of global governance. I would also like to remind the audience here and also online that you are very welcome to raise questions, for the members of these panels, later on. And in order to do that, you can send your questions to the following email address, which is actividades@rielcano.org. Okay. So our first speaker is my colleague, Miguel Otero Iglesias. He is senior analyst at the Elcano Real Institute and professor at ES School of Global Affairs. And he is also research associate at the EU Asia Institute at ESCA, School of Management in France. His main areas of expertise are international political economy, Chinese economy, and also he has a particular focus on Europe and East Asia, financial issues. Miguel would focus today on how the EU and Korea could cooperate together. I mean, as former minister said, this actionable part of bilateral cooperation, in particular the multilateral platforms. So Miguel, please go ahead.
Thanks, Mario. Thanks to all our team at Elcano for organizing this as well. Thanks as well to the Korea Foundation for co-sponsoring this event. I have 10 minutes, so I want just to say a few ideas on how Korea and the EU can cooperate together. One is more conceptual discussion. In 1984, Robert Keohane, he wrote a book called After Hegemony, which is a landmark, important book, that has now 40 years already. So already, we are discussing kind of these issues, but I think it's more present than ever. I think this is really a test case on whether we can have a post-hegemonic world. And his thesis was that we can, and he said that, or he wrote that this would be based on an institutional framework, a liberal institutional framework based on decentralized cooperation. And I think both the EU and Korea have a major role to play in this possible after US hegemonic world. First, starting in what the ex-minister, the former minister said, which is kind of the multilateral framework based on the United Nations, and as mentioned, the Pact for the Future is paramount there. Then the WTO, which is, if you want, the economic pillar of multilateralism. The UN more kind of the governance, broader governance framework. And both really are in favor of a rules-based international order, as was mentioned so many times, but I think the rules have to change. The old rules don't work anymore, and I think the United States is making sure that everyone, understands this. And the new rules, in many ways, when it comes to economy and finance, which is more what I work on, will have a bigger presence of the state in the economy. Because of many reasons, I think this is well known. We have now a first agreement between the United States and the UK with tariffs around 8-10%. Is it via industrial policy or is it via tariffs? The state will have a bigger role, and therefore we need new rules. And these new rules should be rules that both the United States and China agree on, and that's a major task. The second issue that I wanted to address is financial stability. There's a lot of talk right now about the dollar and the centrality of the dollar. What we've seen over the past weeks is worrisome in terms of what's happening in the US debt markets, which is the cornerstone of the financial system. And we could have a dollar crisis. We could have a situation where there is higher inflation in the United States, where the United States tries to restructure somehow its debt, or where, as I say, there is major financial instability, and the Fed provides the swap lines. And for example, Europe and Korea are highly dependent, exposed to liquidity in dollars if the Fed does not provide the lender of last resort, or the provider of liquidity of last resort. Then we have a major problem. And again, Korea and the European Union need to work on possible financial safety nets that can deal with this situation. Development of the finance of development. There's a conference in Seville in June. We have done, led by Iliana Olivier and Maria Santillana, on these issues. There's a lot of skepticism around whether we can get an agreement on this front, but again, Korea and the European Union have a major role to play there. And the same can be said, and sorry for being general here, but I think, of course, all of these topics demand a whole thesis, but work on climate change in a time where the United States is not in that sphere, work on global taxes. In a world where we have still, movements of capital, how can we address inequality, a major problem in the United States, in the European Union, in Korea, in many places? The former minister mentioned one of the big topics as well, AI, the governance of AI, where the United States is not willing as well to cooperate much on that front, especially with this administration, and the governance of tech in general. High-tech platforms, where the European Union obviously wants to be leading the regulation of big tech. And countries like Korea, they have a very similar approach in terms of, a more ethical approach on AI, on big tech, on more inclusive development and economic interactions. But because this agenda, we have to be realistic, it's difficult to be addressed and advanced at the multilateral level. My feeling is that we will have to, and that's why I started with Keohane, we will have to deal with or approach this under decentralized cooperation. And that means that we need perhaps to work at the regional level, we have to work at the bilateral level, and at a global level, of course, one key issue is here, and I think that, again, the former minister addressed this, perhaps the tension between the G7 and the BRICS Plus. And there, I think both Korea and Spain are key countries that in many ways are the fault lines between the global south and the global north. One could say that they are the most southern countries of the global north, that have always been bridges between those spheres, and again, major role to play. Why not working in terms of bringing together, in the context of Trump's tariffs and the US withdrawing from its participation in global affairs and global multilateralism, a closer collaboration between the CPTPP countries and the European Union, right? Perhaps even reaching some sort of agreement, overarching agreement. Again, Spain and Korea could work in that regard, or the European Union and Korea in particular. The same goes for the European Union and ASEAN. That is a major, the two most advanced, perhaps more consolidated regional frameworks. More work can be done there as well, as I say, regional elements. But obviously, I don't want to leave the big two elephants in the room, on the sidelines, which are first China and then Russia. Perhaps as well more worry from Korea in regards to China, obviously more worry from the European side on Russia. And there, as the former minister said, major collaboration on defense is crucial. But as well, kind of not only that, I think both, the European Union and Korea, we know that we have to cohabit with China and Russia. And that perhaps decoupling from China is impossible or counterproductive. And not allowing Russia to win the war, so to speak, in Ukraine, it's important for both, because it would set a precedent that is a very dangerous precedent in international affairs. And we have big discussions with our Chinese counterparts that they don't understand in many ways, how existential Ukraine and the situation of Ukraine is for the European Union. I think our Korean friends know that very well, and I think that's something to praise. Finally, in my last minute, defense collaboration right now, it's key in terms of, and I finish where I started, in a world of possible after US hegemony, multilateralism. The United States remains in many ways the security guarantor, both of the European Union and Korea. And if the United States does not want to play that role anymore, then obviously one needs to step up a lot its defense capabilities, and there Korea and the European Union have much to collaborate on. So something that perhaps our societies are less prepared. When I say our societies, the European Union, in particular perhaps the society in Spain. But yes, guarantee security is key. And Donald Tusk, I think, put it very vividly. It's this kind of strange that 400-odd million Europeans need to ask for help to 320 million Americans to defend themselves against 160 million Russians that are not capable to win against 40 million Ukrainians. I think it's put nicely, and I think Europe in that regard needs to step up on the plate. I leave it here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miguel. And now we move to Ramón Pacheco Pardo. He is Professor of International Relations at King's College and Korea Foundation BUV Korea Chair at the British University in Brussels. He's also a member of the Scientific Council of Elcano Royal Institute, a non-resident adjunct fellow at CSIS, and a non-resident also research fellow at the Soyoung Institute. Ramón is one of the top European experts in the Korean Peninsula, and it's always a pleasure to have you at Elcano.
Thank you, Mario. It's a pleasure to be back. So thanks to Elcano for the invitation and the Korea Foundation for co-organizing this event, and also obviously to the Korean embassy. So I'm going to focus on the bilateral component of the EU-Korea relationship or Europe-Korea relationship to avoid overlap with Miguel's remarks, which I fully agree with. And I'm going to focus on 4 key points. The first one, the basis of this bilateral cooperation between the EU and Korea, and Europe and Korea, and how it can support multilateral governance. And then I'll focus specifically on 2 agreements recently signed by the EU and Korea, and then I'll focus briefly on miniateralism. So when it comes to multilateralism, I think that both Korea and Europe are very concerned, obviously, at the current state of multilateral institutions and the fact that they are under attack, we could say, from countries such as China, with a long-standing aversion to all the rules that underpin them, obviously now with the Trump administration in the US as well. And we see that Korea and Europe have a joint commitment to the rule of law, sustainable development, a focus on inclusiveness, a human-centric approach, as well to many governance issues. And increasingly we see well, Korea has positioned itself as a bridge between developed and developing regions for a long time. But now even we see in the European Union a push for taking this role, for example, through FTAs with developing regions as well. So I think there is this shared commitment to multilateralism and a basis for a strong cooperation at the bilateral level that can actually lead to underpinning or strengthening actually multilateralism. But I wanted to focus especially on two agreements, the digital trade agreement that was signed earlier this year, in March of 2025, and the Security and Defense Partnership Agreement signed in November 2024, as we all know, by Josep Borrell, who is now an Elcano, of course, a distinguished senior fellow. So if we look at this digital trade agreement, which was many years in the making, and it seems that it has been accelerated by the advent of the Trump administration in the US, and the Green Partnership Agreement that was signed in March 2023, they're sort of complementary to each other. We see how Europe and Korea, they want to create a level playing field based on legal certainty, right? Based on legal certainty for Korean and European players, but I think there's a strong basis for these agreements to, especially the digital trade agreement, to help underpin this sort of approach at the multilateral level. Obviously, this is not the only agreement that the EU has in this area. It's not the only agreement that Korea has in this area, but it's the most recent agreement that we have, and it has built on previous ones and can serve as a basis for future agreements and also for discussions that may take about at the multilateral level. I think Miguel rightly mentioned that now if we look at AI and tech, there are very few actors at the global level that actually want to have a regulatory framework that works not only for them, but that works at the multilateral level. And I think Korea and Europe are two of these actors that the agreements that they sign, they hope that they will be able to extend them to other parts of the world as well. Areas such as digital and data rules that are central to the digital trade agreement signed by the EU and Korea. If you look at the agreement that should be ratified in the coming months, you actually see how there is an agreement between the two partners that this agreement should not discriminate against other actors. And we see this very differently, of course, with the approach taken now by the Trump administration, which is focusing more on bilateral agreements with different countries. And actually, as Mario mentioned, I'm actually based in London. If we look, for example, at the UK-US agreement that was signed yesterday, there is huge concern in the UK because this is not an agreement, this is an imposition, basically, on the side of the US. On the UK side, and there's a very different approach to the one taken by the European Union and Korea. And there's also the Green Partnership Agreement that I mentioned, and the strong focus on climate change and how cooperation that Korea and Europe can have in this area and climate change to support sustainable development or green growth. It should not only be for the two of them. This is a common good, and it should also help other countries as well, and should be open to other countries to follow the same principles and rules. Now, if we focus on the Security and Defense Partnership signed last year, what I found very interesting about this Security and Defense Partnership, obviously the European Union and Europe as a whole, we do understand that this is not going to replace by any stretch of the imagination the alliance that the US has with Korea or vice versa, even though this is being challenged, of course, as we speak. But there is a strong human security component, which I think is the niche area in which Korea and Europe can cooperate. Right, this focus on human security, areas such as peacekeeping, in which, as you all know, EU member states and Korea are some of the largest contributors, not only to the peacekeeping budget of the United Nations, but also to boots on the ground. So peacekeepers being deployed to different parts of the world, especially among developed countries, they're among the largest contributors. If you look at the focus on cyber in this Security and Defense Partnership Agreement, it links to other digital agreements that the EU and Korea have also signed. So there is obviously the security component, but also the economic component, and a strong focus on creating a set of rules in this area that hopefully will underpin a more multilateral approach to cyber issues. This may look as science fiction, actually no pun intended there, just came out that way, science fiction for the time being, but it is true that if there were to be a change in the US approach to multilateralism, China and Russia as well at some point, this could help to underpin a more multilateral approach to cyber issues as well. Not to mention non-proliferation, which continues to be key for Korea and for Europe, and you see how the security and defense partnership has helped to strengthen cooperation at the bilateral level between the two of them in a way that is meant to also include cooperation with other countries as well, like-minded countries, but also, if possible, others as well. And I wanted to focus as well on defense industry that Miguel rightly mentioned, because what we see now is this new approach on the side of the European Union to defense industry. We know we have to rely more on our own capabilities, but if we look at the agreements that have been reached at the EU level, there is a window of opportunity for cooperation with countries with which the EU has a security and defense partnership. And if we are being honest with ourselves, as Mario mentioned, one of my positions is in Brussels, to a large extent this relates to Korea, because it has the capabilities and it has the political capital that other countries with a security and defense partnership with the European Union may not have. But what we see here is that this bilateral cooperation in defense industry may also have a more global component, because it's also based on certain rules that the EU wants to pursue in this area. And last but not least, to finish my remarks, I wanted to focus briefly on minilateralism, because focusing on the EU-Korea bilateral component and the potential role that this could play at the multilateral level is important, but more and more we're seeing this focus on minilateralism, and Minister Yoon, of course, mentioned this when we talk about the G7 or G7 Plus, and there's going to be a whole panel on this afterwards, so I'm not going to go into detail here, but just to say that this bilateral cooperation between the EU and Korea, with a Korea that has made very clear that they want to become part of de facto, if not de jure, G7 Plus, and the G7, of course, having 4 European countries as its members, 3 of them being EU member states, plus the EU obviously participating as well. We can see that whatever is decided between the EU and Korea at the bilateral level could also influence this relationship between Korea and the G7, the so-called G7 Plus. Same applies to other frameworks such as NATO IP4 framework, even AUKUS Pillar 2, now that there is talk about Korea potentially joining, and some European countries such as Germany potentially showing their interest in joining as well. So there are these minilateral frameworks that, in my view, cooperation between the EU and Korea and agreements between the EU and Korea at the bilateral level can actually lead to a strengthening cooperation at the multilateral level, which involves like-minded partners, and therefore cooperation is easier than it may be at the multilateral level. So I will leave it there for my initial remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ramon. And now we'll pass the floor to Kim Seme. She is an associate research fellow in the Center for Regional Studies at the ASEAN Institute for Policy Studies in Seoul. And she is also a lecturer at Ewha Women's University and at Yonsei University. Her research focuses on South Korea-Europe relations, multilateral cooperation in the Indo-Pacific, and middle power diplomacy. And she will approach this topic more from the South Korean perspective.
Thank you, Dr. Esteban. So thank you, the Elkanah Royal Institute and the Korea Foundation and the Korean Embassy for this opportunity to participate today. So I'd like to start the presentation by sharing some of my thoughts on why we're facing such mounting challenges to the global governance structure in recent years. And we often point to the Trump administration, the first and the second, and we highlight things like the decision to withdraw from the Paris Climate Agreement or the Iran nuclear deal as these key turning points. But I think it's also important to remember that the cracks were showing even before then. Institutions were already under strain, some of it because of the competition between major powers, some because of rising nationalism or populism in many countries, and some because these institutions were simply not as effective as they are when compared to when they were first created. And so when we had this pushback from the Trump administration on global governance or multilateralism, or with the pandemic, and we had such global challenges with vaccine distribution, or from the perspective of the UK with Brexit, these were reflections of a bigger problem, which was a loss of trust in global governance. And this starts a cycle where the perception that we can't rely on global governance further delegitimizes our reliance or our belief in multilateralism or global governance. And this makes states turn inward and promote unilateral action, which then further exacerbates global governance. And so in order to reform global governance, we first need to identify where these cracks are happening, and then we need to identify partners that are interested in reforming these areas of weakness. And this is the kind of backdrop where I was looking at Korea and Europe relations. Europe is a valuable partner in this regard. But I was also asked to talk a little bit about the limitations of cooperation. So I'll talk about the limitations first. One limitation is the divide within Korea, and I'm sure also within Europe, about the differing threat perceptions and the strategic priorities. So from Korea's perspective, there's some divide within Korean domestic politics about strategic priorities and where we should focus. I'm sure it's known that from the conservative side, there's more emphasis on the US-ROK alliance, whereas the progressive or liberals are more interested in how to improve inter-Korean relations or engage North Korea. And these differing areas of priorities consume a lot of the foreign policy bandwidth. And so from Korea's cooperation with Europe, along with Korea's activities in things like the UN or NATO, they are framed as part of Korea's global role and less of a focus on Europe and its own strategic priority of its own right. For example, in the previous Yoon administration, the former President Yoon's participation in NATO summits were often portrayed as part of Korea's role as a global pivotal state. And on one hand, this shows Korea's aspirations to contribute to the global security, global governance beyond the immediate Korean peninsula neighborhood. But it also shows that sometimes Europe is viewed more through the lens of global positioning rather than a strategic priority in its own right. And this divide between the Korean domestic politics is important to keep an eye on, because it could lead to differing threat perceptions. As I mentioned, the progressive or the liberals are more keen to form good relations with Korea's immediate neighbors, including China and Russia. And these good relations all around are a very positive thing, but there's also concern that this kind of momentum could lead to a situation where we are, in effect, diluting, for example, international sanctions regime on Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. And a continuation of this kind of dynamic could lead to a divergence in threat perception between Korea and many countries in Europe. But of course, having said this, we shouldn't overly state these differences between Korean conservatives and liberals. There's actually a lot of areas of overlap, and both sides have been able to implement pragmatic policies and not such ideologically driven policies. But as it concerns Korea's relationship with Europe in particular, these differences are somewhat important because there's a risk that Europe is pushed back in terms of immediate priorities. And so keeping these limitations in mind, there are things that Korea and Europe should focus on moving forward. I'm echoing a lot of what the panelists already said, but to keep a continuous conversation about these factors challenging global governance, identifying these cracks in global governance, and carry on the cooperation despite these challenges, there needs to be a deep level of institutionalized cooperation between Korea and Europe, multiple sectors and across multiple levels of government. And this is especially important to make cooperation become technical and routine, and so that it can be somewhat insulated from the upheavals or geopolitical or domestic political situation. And we can do this bilaterally, as we mentioned, between Korea and Spain, for Korea and other European countries, multilaterally or even minilaterally, as Professor Rahman mentioned. And so things like the ITPP with NATO or these things like multi-level plans are very good to sustain political momentum and engagement. In addition, Korea and Europe, I think, should return to their normative identity and strength as a normative power. So things like we mentioned standard setting, shaping norms, promoting values, etc. Korea, as well as Spain, are important middle powers. So these are countries that have preference for multilateralism, diplomacy, soft power, niche diplomacy, and so on. And so we mentioned AI, digital cooperation, emerging technologies. The two sides can work on setting standards and global rulemaking so that they are fixing weaknesses of global governance from the inside. So this would be the forward-looking aspect of exercising normative power. And at the same time, it was mentioned, Korea and Europe should fill the gap that emerged with the retreat of US roles in Europe and elsewhere around the world. So things like climate change, global health institutions, and was mentioned the keynote speech, the development programs, especially towards the global south. These are areas where the two sides can exercise normative leadership, so bringing stakeholders to the table, using areas of their technical expertise to gather political momentum, and steer cooperation in a way that preserves or repairs areas of cracks in global governance. And this, from Korea's perspective, this would have the effect of reinforcing Korea's identity and status as a middle power, and also support areas of global governance that are under strain. So I will stop here, and I look forward to the discussions. Thank you.
And now we move to our last speaker for this panel, Guillermo Anguera. He is the Deputy Director General for South and East Asia, the Spanish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation. He's a career diplomat, and he would focus on these issues from the Spanish perspective, which is also particularly timely because, as it was mentioned before, this year we are commemorating the 75th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between the Republic of Korea and Spain. So, Guillermo, please, you have the floor.
So, good morning, and thank you to the organizers and distinguished participants. Minister Yoon, Ambassador Lim, ministers, and all here today attending. Thank you very much for coming. So I will try to talk about Spain and Korea. Let's talk about our bilateral relation. I would like to start first with the similarities, because it's quite striking when you look closely to Spain and Korea, how similar we are. For instance, geographically, we are two distinct peninsulas at the extremes of the Eurasian continent. If you can picture the map, you will see it very easily. Politically, there are many similarities as well. It's quite striking how during the 20th and the 21st century, things have developed. We have experienced civil war in Spain in the 30s, in Korea in the 50s. Then there were democratic transitions in Spain in the 70s, in Korea later on in the 80s. Then there was an anti-democratic involution attempt in Spain, golpe de Estado, coup d'etat in 1981. And in Korea, there was a declaration of martial law more recently in December last year. And finally, and which is even more striking as a similarity, the democratic response, both in Spain, during the 80s, and now as we are witnessing in Korea. Economically, we are very similar as well, with similar GDP, population-wise, similar population. So there is a mutual current of affection between our peoples, which comes quite natural, I would say. Let's take the example of music, for instance. In Spain, we had the movida madrileña, the new wave in Madrid, and in Korea, they have Gangnam Style, K-pop, and also a Korean wave, Hallyu. So this is quite remarkable. I think I don't see two countries with so many similarities. Then how about values and principles? This is very important as well. We share values, we share principles, we also share interests. We are like-minded. I would like to stress democracy here. Democracy is a core value for both of us. And here I would like to make a little stop and to pay homage to the democratic response by the Korean people. This has been, they are still giving us a great example to the world. It has also been reassuring for those of us who still believe in open societies. So I think you have found the right combination, the magic formula, a win-win to overcome this involution attempt. I would say it has two main ingredients. One, resilient democratic institutions in Korea. This is one of the two ingredients. The other one, I would say, it's the democratic maturity of the people. So these two, altogether, they have been the magic formula. So how about a little history about our two countries? We know that many Koreans come every year to Spain as tourists. 430,000 in 2023. You will see them in the Camino de Santiago, at the Prado Museum, Sagrada Familia. But we were first to Korea. The first Spaniard that arrived in Korea was in 1593. Was a Jesuit, Gregorio de Céspedes. It was the Joseon Korea. And we had at the time a king also named Philip, but that's another Philip. It has been said, we established diplomatic relations in 1950, so we are this year in 2025 celebrating our 75th anniversary. We even have a logo. You will see in the bottom right of the screen. It has been designed by the most famous designers, and the Ambassador Lim knows something about this. And so here we are. How about now the bilateral relations? It has also been mentioned, we are strategic partners since 2021. We have a strategic partnership, and we have high-level visits, I would say very high-level visits. In 2019, King Felipe, Queen Letizia visited Korea. In 2021, President Moon visited Spain. In 2022, President Yoon visited Spain and participated in the Madrid NATO summit. He was the first Korean president to attend a NATO summit. And also in 2022, President Sanchez visited Korea. He was the first Spanish president to visit Korea. Now, how about 2025? This is our 75th anniversary. Well, we are waiting a little bit until Korea is going to have elections, early presidential elections on the 3rd of June. We will have to wait a little bit to commemorate, as we are wanting to do. So we are mostly looking at the second semester of the year. One of the highlights will be the inauguration of the Cervantes Institute of Seoul. Hopefully, possibly, that's our expectation by Her Majesty Queen Letizia. And also we will open a tourism office in Seoul. So Ministers of meetings of ministers. We meet very often. Minister Alvarez and Minister Cho, who, by the way, was a former ambassador to Madrid from 2008 to 2011, met last year in the margins of the UN High-Level Week in New York in September, and they have met again in February in the margins of the ministerial G20 summit in Johannesburg. So you can see that we are meeting, we have many high-level visits. Bilateral dialogues. We have a strategic partnership, I already mentioned. So we have a strategic dialogue. It was, we were going to have it last year in December, on the 4th of December. And Vice Minister Kim Hong-kyun was here with us, ready to meet. But he had to, because martial law was declared in Korea, he had to come back. So we are looking for the second semester to have our strategic dialogue. We have many bilateral dialogues, defense, trade. We have a joint commission on economic cooperation, science, regional, for instance, a dialogue on Latin America and the Caribbean. On defense, we have a joint defense commission, trade and investment. I mentioned we have a joint committee on economic cooperation, investment. Let's say something about investment. Korea is investing in batteries for electric vehicles in Spain, Lotte Energy Materials and Hyundai Mobis, and also in solar energy, Hanwha Group. As for Spain, we are also investing in Korea, in this case in wind energy, offshore wind energy. We have a company called Ocean Winds there. Tourism, I mentioned 430,000 tourists, Korean tourists, visit us in 2023. In 2019, before the pandemic, there were 630,000. So we are getting close to that. I said we are going to open a tourist office in Seoul this year. We have 12 direct flights between Spain and Korea, 4 in Madrid and 8 in Barcelona. Culture. We have a Spain-Korea forum, of which the Korea Foundation is one of the key co-organizers. And we will inaugurate a Cervantes Institute, I already said it, in Seoul during the second semester of the year. Of course, there is a Korean Cultural Center in Madrid, and Ambassador Cho at the time had a lot to do with the opening of that cultural center. Science, we also have a joint science commission. So we have a framework in place for cooperation for global governance, for instance. I mentioned the strategic partnership, I mentioned the bilateral dialogues, I mentioned the network of relations we have. So we can cooperate, we are ready, we have the framework to cooperate bilaterally and multilaterally on regional and global issues. Regional affairs, Ukraine comes to mind, Gaza, Lebanon. Lebanon, there is a UNIFIL. We have over 600 contributors, and Korea also has over 200 contributors at UNIFIL in Lebanon. Of course, Asia, the Korean Peninsula, North Korea, the East and South China Seas, Taiwan, the Strait of Taiwan, the Indo-Pacific. I'll talk a little bit later about NATO and the participation of Korea in one of the most successful operations we have in the Indo-Pacific. Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean. I mentioned that we have a specific dialogue on Latin America and the Caribbean. How about global issues? The first that comes to mind is climate change, drought. We have Spain is leading an international alliance. It's called IDRA. That's an acronym in English for International Drought Resilience Alliance. In artificial intelligence, it was already mentioned. We are going to host in Spain, in A Coruña, on 11 and 12 September, the third summit on artificial intelligence in the military domain. We are following the steps of Korea, who hosted the summit last year, and before that, the Netherlands. So that's important as well. Development. Here again, a similarity. We are going to host in Sevilla the International Conference on Financing for Development in June, July, from the 30th of June to the 3rd of July. But Korea hosted last year in Seoul the ODA International Conference. So this is, again, we have like these parallel lives, no? So we see how like-minded and how like-acting we are. I mentioned that we can cooperate. We have a framework in place to cooperate bilaterally and also multilaterally. It has already mentioned a little bit, but I will say something about the multilateral dimension. We have the UN first. Security Council reform comes to mind. We are members of the same group, UFC group. Human Rights Council, we are members of the Human Rights Council 25, 27. ECOSOC, Ambassador Lim mentioned it before. EU, it has already been mentioned, but I will say something. We established diplomatic relations in 1963, EU, Korea. And our main agreements, they have already been mentioned, but it's worth maybe making a reference again. We have the framework agreement of 2010. We have a free trade agreement 2011, and then a participation agreement on civil crisis management operations 2014. So these are, Minister Yoon was minister at the time. So this is quite remarkable. Participation in EU crisis management operations. Korea participates regularly on Atalanta's operation that combats piracy in and around the Horn of Africa. This is quite remarkable. After the last summit in 2023, in May of 2023, we have improved and we have more agreements. They have been mentioned, the green, the digital, and finally, November last year, security and defense partnership. We will have a dialogue, a strategic dialogue at the highest level, a yearly strategic dialogue, and also dialogue on security and defense. Let's not forget about the EU Indo-Pacific strategy of 2021. So that's the EU framework. How about NATO? NATO, two turning points. First turning point, the Madrid summit in 2022. I already mentioned that President Yoon attended. He was the first Korean president to attend. All Indo-Pacific partners attended at the level of head of state or government. It was a first. Since then, they have participated in all summits. Vilnius on 2023, Washington in 2024, and they will participate again in The Hague 2025. Also, they participate at ministerial meetings, foreign affairs and defense. This is also quite remarkable. Second turning point, the war in Ukraine, Russia's war against Ukraine. Why is a turning point? Because we have first perceived that the security in the Euro-Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific were inextricably connected, inextricably linked. That was a perception. Former Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida maybe said it best when he mentioned that East Asia could be the next Ukraine. So that there was a perception that there was this interconnection between the securities in both our regions. Then came the realization, first the perception, then the realization. When North Korea entered into the war. So, and then finally G20. We all participate in summits and meetings. I already mentioned the ministerial where Minister Alvarez and Minister Cho met. Spain is a permanent invitee, and this is also another framework to cooperate multilaterally. And I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Well, I think that one of the main incentives to come, to participate in person, to attend in person to this kind of events is having the opportunity to raise questions to the speakers. And that's the reason I tend to try to keep the Q&A for as long as possible, you know. But I have to confess that I cannot refrain myself before doing that to at least raise one question to the panel, you know, for them to elaborate a little bit more. So please forget me to do that, and then I promise I will open the Q&A. So, I think in all the presentations, you know, there was this issue of how realistic is to try to push for multilateralism, also in the piece. The speech, you know, was there. How realistic is this in a moment in which multilateralism is at crisis? You know, because it's being challenged for so many actors. You know, and so I would like for the speakers to elaborate on this, for them to see in which kind of topics maybe, you know, it's more likely for us to succeed in trying to keep a multilateralistic framework. It is a multilateral framework. I mean, it's the same if the US and China, as Miguel mentioned at the beginning, share the same position, or it is different, you know, the chances we have to get a multilateral framework going on, you know, if they don't agree on challenging the multilateral framework, you know. And also, this is maybe more specific for Saeme. You know, of course, we know that the liberals and the conservatives, they have very different, you know, foreign affairs platforms. But at the same time, and just correct me if I'm mistaken, because I think this is important to underline this. I think that both, they share this consensus that multilateralism is the best way, you know, to run international affairs. So even if, you know, there are significant changes, you know, for the next administration, maybe this is one of the issues in which, you know, there will be more continuity. So I would appreciate if you could clarify that later, okay? So maybe we could, I don't know, now go in reverse order, if it's okay with you. So maybe Guillermo, you can go ahead first.
Yes, we are in favor of multilateralism, even more so than minilateralism. In Europe, I think we are more used to multilateralism maybe than Asia or the Indo-Pacific. Of course, we have two frameworks in place. No, we have the EU, we have NATO. So in Asia, they have ASEAN, and then different alliances in where some very relevant countries belong to. So yes, I think we should, if we are talking about the reform of global governance, it should be done at the multilateral level.
So thank you for the questions. So how realistic is it to push for multilateralism? I think another way to think about it is that the risks of not pushing for multilateralism is just too great. So whether minilateralism can be the stepping stone for multilateralism, or we try to reform top-down multilateral global governance from top-down, the risks of not considering that is just too great for a country like South Korea. And you know, we can think about things that Korea and Europe both share in terms of threats, you know, Russia, China, North Korea. But we can also consider what binds us together in terms of values, and that's democratic principles, rule of law, a rules-based order, and focusing more on what we stand for rather than, in addition to what we stand against, is probably a logical and very reasonable rationale that's supporting the realistic and the necessity of multilateralism. Absolutely, both liberals and conservatives. There's appreciation and recognition of the importance of multilateralism. Both we have our presidential elections coming up in less than a month. We don't know what the foreign policy agenda will look like specifically. But regardless, both sides will say that Korea's relationship with Europe is very important, and that efforts to cooperate on reforming global governance is important. But it's mostly going to be, in my opinion, a matter of visibility. We should remember that actually in the early days of ROK-NATO cooperation, much of it happened actually during the progressive government, the liberal government, so early 2005. So it's not to say that Europe-Korea relations will suddenly come to a halt. It will probably be done a lot behind the scenes. And this commitment to multilateralism is mostly bipartisan and not so ideologically driven. So hopefully something to rely on and look forward to.
Yeah, thank you, Mario. I don't know if it's realistic, but I think it's necessary, because if we give up, right, then no one is going to press for more multilateralism. We, meaning Europe, Korea, and other like-minded countries that also believe in multilateralism. I mean, I think we all know most countries in the world are not the US or China. So we need to work with other countries, whether we like it or not, otherwise we're going to be crushed by the big powers. And I think that's why this is necessary. Semi put it well, maybe there are doubts about whether it works or not, but I think many would say that if you look at areas such as non-proliferation, peacekeeping, health, climate change, it may not have been perfect global governance, but it has certainly helped to make for a better world, for lack of a better expression. And there are common goods that I think many would agree that unless we take a multilateral approach, it's going to be extremely difficult to achieve them. Plus, in the US, we have elections in 3 years and 8 months. Who is counting? and China under previous leaderships was more willing to have a different approach to multilateralism. So it's not that this approach is set in stone by the two big powers. So Korea, Europe, other countries can hold multilateralism, support multilateralism, and hope that in the future it will be more possible to cooperate with other countries as well.
So my academic hat tells me that we have to push for multilateralism to work as an ideal, and we should never really lose the ideals. As a think tank, I would say, well, perhaps you have to distribute your human capital, your political capital, your efforts, because perhaps putting too much effort in trying to, revive the world order that is collapsing is a mistake. So I would say if you want to make it work, you need to, work on reforming it. That would be my advice. But at the end of the day, I think we need to work at all fronts, right? So I know this is for state apparatuses. This is a major effort because you have to be on the multilateral, on the minilateral, on the regional, on the bilateral, etc. And so the resources are limited. So you need to be, you need to set priorities. But I think generally the issue is here. If we are, and the former minister said it, right? If we move from the rule of law to the rule of the jungle. And it seems that some people in the United States and China are already in the rule of the jungle. Then we might have to, our mindset, set it up in the sense of try to set, to create a multilateralism that is without the United States and China. It's daunting. It might look like almost as impossible, but perhaps it's the only feasible multilateralism that we can have.
Okay, thank you. And now, please go ahead and raise some questions. Okay, and Nacho, please go ahead. Just introduce yourself before raising the question, please.
Time is not necessary.
It's up to you.
Okay. I'm Ignacio Molina. I'm also senior analyst at the Keynote Institute. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm not an expert at all on Korea, even if I was invited by the Korea Foundation around 15 years ago to the invitation program, which is fantastic. As you are, as a guest, you visit first-hand organizations in Korea, and you have the experience of the culture and the history. It's a fantastic public relation, public diplomacy program. And I'm visiting Seoul this summer for the IPSA World Congress, Political Science Association. So well, sorry for this personal introduction about I like Korea a lot, even if I am not a specialist at all. But you have been, as is very obvious, that your role here is to underline that both European Union and Korea, and including, of course, Spain, are aligned, are like-minded, considering that both, well, now have Russia as a common threat, in particular with this connection between North Korea and Russia on the battlefield. Then both have China as a competitor, as a systemic rival, as we like to say in the European Union, and also that we now are, well, facing Trump and facing the US as the security provider for both Europe and South Korea, and now becoming much more unreliable. So it's very obvious that the connection. But I would like to ask you about the risk or a weakness, or that is precisely that Donald Trump seems more committed to the security as a security guarantee in East Asia than in Europe. So, and this may create dilemmas for both, in particular for South Korea. So the idea is that you are going to ask for Europe to provide security for ourselves, but at the same time, considering that China is the priority for US, that, well, instead of having this convergence that we may face in the short term and the future, we can have this divergence. So I would like to know your opinion about this risk, because it's not just convergence, but also this potential problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nacho. I saw more hands, and we don't have much time, so I would like to collect a few questions now. Iliana, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Iliana Olivier. I'm also senior analyst at Elcano Royal Institute. Thank you very much for these two sessions, which very, very interesting and very interesting ideas. I have a question to the panel in general on the Global South, because as Ramon already mentioned, there are more countries in the world besides the US and China and Korea and Spain. And also the former minister emphasized the role of the UN, which is actually in a deep crisis, but at the same time, it is the reference governance space for most of the countries in the world, which are not present in all the organizations, or not that prominent in other organizations, such as, for instance, the G7 that we'll be discussing in the following session. And also, as Miguel mentioned, even even as multilateralists and let's say active multilateralists will need to invest a massive amount of political capital in the reform of the system, which is fragmented and has cracks, as it was depicted. So my question is, I guess that Spain and Korea are not alone in this agenda. So who else is there in the Global South, and which could be the coalition or coalitions of the willing? Thank you.
Okay, last chance for raising question. Okay, on the back, please. Yeah, and this is the last question we're taking. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much for giving me the floor. My name is Ajinkya. I'm a bachelor's student at IE University, and my question is generalized to the whole panel. Anyone could put in their inputs on the same. My question is, how would you foresee this cooperation in the security sector between South Korea and EU, or particularly Spain, if you want to focus on the same, because that's what I'm really curious about, on how security, considering the Russian threat, North Korean threat, how will security scene evolve between these two countries and their collaboration? You can focus on South Korea and Spain, or I would prefer EU and Spain. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It seems that I missed a question on this side. Okay, please. Yeah. And this is really the last one.
Well, thank you so much for giving me this chance to ask my question. I really appreciate it. Well, I'm not any kind of senior analyst. I'm just a bachelor student at Gomiya Igade. Well, my question is, well, given the context of the Japan has a projection of FOIP, the Free and Open Indo-Pacific projection, is aimed to increase the trade and the security in the South China Sea, right? And Asian, well, I mean, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, those nations they are also trying to be flexible about international trade between basically being flexible with China and with the US at the same time, and India is also having it's practicing the same strategy basically, but under the current context with the US under Trump administration, and China is also being very, well, let's say, pushing those countries to choose a side, let's say. How Korea will balance its relation with China and the US, and we choose the side under the pressure of Xi Jinping and under the pressure of Donald Trump, or forming part of the, let's say, the sort of new alignment bloc, which is probably led by the EU and India.
Well, now we follow the original order, so Miguel, please go ahead.
Sure. I might leave the security aspects more to Ramon, because he's working more on these areas, although I might address them. I mean, on Ignacio's question, that's why I thought, it's important to highlight that the European Union needs to develop its own capacities, no matter what, and as soon as possible, because the focus of the United States, and I don't think it's just this administration, it will be in East Asia, and I think the link between Korea, I mean, the win-win, I mean, the coordination, cooperation that can happen there is that as was mentioned, that Korea, which is already a provider of security equipment, of defense equipment, etc., to the European Union, I mean, the European Union will need to produce its own capacities, but it will have to import as well, and they will have to diversify this imports. I mean, it cannot rely exclusively on the United States because of many reasons, but I think they are obvious right now. So I think that's where the link, I think, can be found in terms of, the United States focusing more on East Asia, Korea being happy about that, I guess, but as well Korea being happy about the European Union spending more on defense, that it can export its technology to Europe. On the global, as I like to call it, the plural South agenda, well, I think yesterday we had a very interesting seminar in Brussels, focusing on both Latin America and India. I think, there are the most usual suspects in terms of trying to create a new rules-based order that is focused on the values that have been highlighted here, right? I mean, of course, there's certain skepticism about where Brazil stands in all of this, for example, where India stands in their relations with Russia, and so I think we have to be both, I insist, idealistic and normative or normatively driven, but as well pragmatic in terms of that these countries, they in many ways want still to have relations with the big powers, and big powers that increasingly are not democratic, which leads me in a way to whether one needs to choose between the United States and China. And I think although the United States and China might press and pressure as much as possible for countries to take sides, I think it would be a mistake to take sides. And I think that's where the cooperation between these middle powers comes in. And that's why I say that in many ways we need to create, and I think Simon's point of creating institutional frameworks that can deal, with the situation, but as well that can have North-South cooperation without great powers. That would be the framework that we are looking for. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the questions. On the first one, I was in Korea, I don't know when, last week I think it was, or 2 weeks, I don't remember very well, recently. And I asked this question to the two camps. So on purpose, I went to the National Assembly to talk to the two camps. And I think there's an agreement that cooperation with Europe is essential. Cooperation with NATO was upgraded under President Yoon, but it didn't start under President Yoon. It precedes him, including, for example, when Minister Yoon was in office. So there's long-standing cooperation, and obviously, our ambassador, the EU ambassador in Seoul, Maria Castillo, right? So she has been stressing this as well to the two camps, and I think the impression from the European Union side on the ground is that this cooperation will continue no matter who wins. But yeah, it is true that Korea has to focus more on the US right now because the US is pressing, like everyone else, is pressing Korea. And this means that more attention and political capital has to be spent on the relationship with the Trump administration. No question about it. I like the question about the Global South, right? Because we have the G20, which already includes members of the Global South. So clearly there are those with which we are working already, we meaning the European Union, EU member states, including Spain as a permanent guest of the G20, and Korea. So that's happening. My impression, though, is that Korea will focus more on Southeast Asia, and maybe in Europe will focus more on other parts of the world, maybe more North Africa, maybe in Spain, obviously Latin America, key priority for us. So I'm not saying there will be a division of labor. Maybe that would be too naive to think about that. But I think the fact that Korea will focus more on its immediate region, Spain as well focus more on the European Union on its immediate region, could actually serve to reach out to many countries when we have a similar approach to the issues that we've been discussing. And the last one, because the question about choosing a side, Semi, you can talk about that. Is Korea going to choose a side? You're on the ground there. But security cooperation, I think, interestingly, the further you go towards the east in Europe, the more there is talk, obviously, about practical security cooperation as opposed to discussions about security cooperation. So next week we have a trip to Austria, Poland, and Sweden. And, a huge interest in these three countries on security cooperation, arms industry cooperation with Korea, especially in Poland and Sweden, right? As representative of Central Eastern Europe and the Nordic countries. So I think that's the direction of travel, much more security cooperation, practical cooperation, There's a lot of talk of co-production in Poland. But we had a very interesting meeting last week as to why co-production is so difficult for European countries to do. So I think if this happens, which I think can happen, it will take time. I won't go into details because we don't have time. But essentially on the Korean side, there are questions as to how long is Europe going to be investing in security, in defense industry, right? This is going to be 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, because obviously industry firms, if they weren't going to co-produce in Europe, they're not going to do this for 2 years, right? They were telling us to build a factory takes 2, 3, 4 years, right? Even to start operating it. But there is also another component, of course, which Korea will keep investing on security. It needs to because of the threat from North Korea. It has to be said, threat from China as well. But in Europe, we don't know after we reach an agreement with Russia. I think we'll keep investing on security and on defense industry. I think so, but we are not 100% certain. In Korea, it has been happening for decades. And one last point about this as well, to put a more positive spin on co-production as well. So on the other hand, there's also the idea that some Korean arm manufacturers have that, well, co-production doesn't have to be in Europe necessarily. So the French ambassador to Korea, Mr. Bertou, who is a really good ambassador, he keeps making the case that a lot of co-production between France and South Korea in this sector has to do with components that go from France to South Korea. So there's also this area of security cooperation, not necessarily in Europe or in South Korea physically, but across the two of them. So this is a model that may work.
So thank you for the questions. So the question on Trump is more committed to security in the Indo-Pacific than Europe. Well, both Europe and Korea have in common that the Trump administration has these grievances on the perceived imbalance in burden sharing. And ROK Europe cooperation, in defense, procurement, or shared threat perceptions, this is it should be packaged in a way that shows that what we're doing is actually alleviating this burden that the U.S. has in Europe and in Asia. And it's not intended to. It shouldn't be framed in a way that Korea and Europe relations are intended to hedge against the U.S. alliance or replace the U.S. alliance. It's actually contributing towards this lattice-like framework that the U.S. alliance, in addition to the bilateral hub and spokes alliance systems in Asia. Briefly about Russia and North Korea. Well, there's a lot of unknowns at the moment. We had the Russia-North Korea bilateral agreement, but and there, in the beginning, there was a lot of debate, is this a marriage of convenience or is this something long-term? And I think we'll be able to get a sense of the contours of that when we see how the war ends in Ukraine, what happens to the North Korean troops, what kind of technology is Russia giving North Korea, and as we find the answers to these questions, it will shape how severely the public will perceive this link between Russia and North Korea. For the question on taking sides between the U.S. and China, this brings me back to a lot of that rhetoric in the 2000s of Korea as pursuing this balancer role between the U.S. and China. But the times have changed, and I'm not sure this is such a productive way to think about it anymore. I think Korea has already chosen a side, and that's the side of a rules-based international order. And interestingly, last year or this year, ASEAN published a report on a poll of public perception on the U.S. alliance. And the Korean public, there's a record-breaking support for the U.S. as a preferred partner in the future. I think it's something like 85%. So there's still a lot of hopefulness that the U.S. will be the supporter of this or this beacon of this rules-based order. And Korea has benefited tremendously from this rules-based order. It was able to prosper and become this successful, vibrant democracy. And so when this rules-based order is under strain, I think Korea has already chosen the side that it will pursue ways to build, rebuild, and correct the cracks in this global governance alongside partners in the U.S. So taking sides between the U.S. and China, maybe that's not so much of a desirable way to think about Korea's position in these current times, I think. Thank you.
So I'll say something about the Global South, which was mentioned. The first reflection that comes to mind is that it implies, in a way, that we are not a part of the Global South. No, that would be my first reflection. Second, I think Korea and Spain are global and South. Maybe not a part of the Global South, but global and South, we are. In the past, we were not global. Spain was but we were certainly South. So the thing is that Korea and Spain, I think we are well equipped to engage with the so-called Global South, which is a must. Spain, we deal regularly with the Middle East, Africa, Maghreb, and Sub-Saharan Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean. It goes without saying. And I am under the impression that Korea is doing the same. They are organizing meetings with whole regions. Last year, they organized one. So this is coming, and this is very, very positive. I think that what's driving this division between the Global South and the rest is the crisis of globalization. It was mentioned by Minister. There were at the beginning positive effects, and now the more negative effects are taking prominence. So this is the reason of this divide, and we have to tackle it and to engage with them. And I insist, I think we are very well equipped, Korea and Spain, to engage with the Global South. Thank you.
Thank you, Miguel. Thank you, Guillermo. And please join me in thanking the speakers before going to grab some coffee.
because the event, if I'm not mistaken, should be ending at 2 p.m. sharp. So let's get started. So in the previous session, in the previous two sessions, we have been discussing the state of the world, of multilateralism, of different structures of global governance, and also about Korea relations with Spain, Spanish relations with Korea, and also the framework of the EU. The aim of this second panel is to narrow down that conversation to the G7, to this particular structure. Also given that there is already a discussion, a conversation going on its eventual enlargement to additional countries. And yeah, of course, Korea is in that list. So the general framework for this conversation was already set in the previous conversation by the previous speakers. So there is a fragmented multilateral system, where some traditional structures are in crisis, other emerging governance structures are gaining political traction. This trend has been going on for decades, even but of course it has accelerated in the last few years and especially in the last few months. This has given way also to a trend that was also highlighted by Ramon Pacheco in the previous session, which is that of minilateralism. And this is maybe one framework with which we could be analyzing the G7 and its potential for governance. Yes, maybe just a couple of words on my side to again frame the conversation. And as you know, in this discussion on the enlargement of the G7, some countries are being listed. So it's not only Korea, but also Australia, India have been mentioned. There were also conversations on the eventual incorporation of Spain. There is also rationale for Spain for being part of the G7. But anyways, this probably is a different parallel conversation, or maybe something that we can get back to during the Q&A session. So on my side, just let me first introduce the speakers. We have a very interesting panel, brilliant panel for addressing this topic. We will start, let me just introduce all the panelists now, and then I will give the floor to the first speaker, who is Manuel. So Manuel Gracia Santos is a colleague of mine, both at Elcano and at Complutense University. He's senior analyst at Elcano, and he is in charge of the Elcano Global Presence Index, which is one of the flagship projects of the institution. And yes, he will mainly use this tool for addressing the rationale in terms of Korea's global presence for its membership in the G7. The second speaker by order of intervention will be Stephen Everth. Stephen, besides being the husband of a dear friend of mine, is the director of the EU Institute for Security Studies, which is not that important, but it's still important. And he has a long trajectory in the European External Action Service, so he has a unique view and on a very, very interesting view and inside view on the role of the EU on the EU foreign policy, and also on the role of the EU within the G7 and in light of the expansion of the G7. So he will probably bring this perspective on the implications of the enlargement from the European perspective. Then we also have on my right Victor Cha, President of the Geopolitics and Foreign Policy Department and Korea Chair at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS. Also distinguished fellow professor, at Georgetown University, and he has been involved in several frameworks he has advised with many different hats U.S. national security. So, for instance, as serving as the U.S. National Security Council between 2004 and 2007. Victor will obviously discuss, given his expertise, will discuss the role of the G7 and also the eventual enlargement from the perspective of the US. Last but not least, Ambassador Kim Sook is the Executive Director of the Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future. He's an expert in different topics, Korea-US relations among others, and he has a very extended diplomatic career in key postings, including, also very relevant for this conversation, including the United Nations. I think I will stop here. Just a housekeeping note for those of you who are joining the event now. We will have, I will give each speaker 10 minutes for their presentations. I kindly ask you all to stick to those 10 minutes so we have time enough for the Q&A session. So we will have 20 minutes for the Q&A session, and of course we'll take your comments, questions, but also those of the online audience who can send their questions to the email address actividades@rielcano.org. So yeah, this is everything for now on my side, and Manuel, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ileana. As Ileana said, I'm the current coordinator of the index, of the Elcano Global Presence Index. She hasn't said that she has been the previous coordinator for more than 12 years. So here the merits are shared. Well, as you know, there is no formal criterion for joining the G7. They are not really the biggest countries in terms of GDP or population. They are not the most industrialized countries or developed, if we take, for example, the Human Development Index. Its origins are the 70s financial crisis, in that context of need of reform of the EFM, in that end of the gold exchange monetary system. And taking the words of the French president, Giscard d'Estaing, were the countries who really matter. And that quote brings us the concept of power, which that is something really hard to measure. In any case, it seems evident that since the bipolar world of the 90s to the multipolar world after globalization process, there have been shifts in that global balance. A globalization process that that nowadays is questioned, but we all know that it showed signs of fatigue several years ago. So to provide data to all those debates, several years ago in 2010, the Elcano Royal Institute launched an analytical tool called Elcano Global Presence Index, which aims to measure how countries project themselves outside their borders. This index is calculated for 150 countries since the 90s, so it allows us to participate both in the debates about the globalization process and also the different national profiles of external insertion. We measure this presence in 3 dimensions: an economic dimension with exports of goods, services, or foreign investment, a military dimension with the number of troops deployed abroad, and also the military equipment need for that deployment. And in this sense, there are not weapons measured here, nor strike force. And also a third dimension, the soft dimension, could be probably one of the main contributions on the index, in the sense that this soft concept has been widely used, as you know, in international relations, but without a specific definition. No? We define this soft presence in several indicators, for example, science, technology, tourism, education, or development cooperation. No? This soft term, coined by Joseph Nye, as you know, recently deceased, to distinguish hard power from other ways, so we could say non-coercive power. No? Well, taking this approach, the global share of presence of the G7 has been declining since the 90s. No? We calculate this aggregate value of the G7 members over the world aggregate. So this is one idea, no? The G7 has nowadays less presence than in the 90s, and this trend has been followed by all of its members, particularly the United States, and with the unique exception of Canada, who has recorded a slight increase. No? We have to remember here that losing share do not imply losing absolute value. It means you can lose share, but you can also grow in absolute terms. And if China is the first country who has gained more value, absolute value of global presence, the United States would be the second one. No? So globalization process might be positive both for China and for the United States. But we know also that the growth of globalization has been mainly led by Asia. So if other regions has increased to a lesser extent, or even lose absolute presence, such as the case of European countries since 2010 crisis, Asia has followed this growing path, particularly in the last 20 years. In this sense, also, this is a different idea, but in some way what we have been calling globalization might be the aggregation of three big integration spaces, no? The European Union, the ASEAN +3, and North America integration process. No? But here, Korea, if China would be the first country gaining presence and the United States the second one, Korea would be the third country with the highest growth of in absolute terms of presence. No? A growth which is particularly strong since the 2010 crisis. So while European countries start to lose presence since then, other ones, and Korea particularly, keep growing it. And Korea has gained presence in both three dimensions. In the economic one, as you know, as a central node, no, in many value-add global chains. Also with high foreign investment, so Korean companies are worldwide. Korea has gained also military presence, mostly due to the military equipment indicator in that context, you know, remilitarization, no, of Asia Pacific. And also Korea has gained soft presence pushed by technology and science, but also by a proactive external cultural strategy. So this has led Korea to gain share in global terms, but also in the three dimension, in economic dimension, in the soft one, and particularly in the military one. So again, while others are losing share and presence, others, and Korea particularly, are gaining it in all sense. So this puts Korea in the global ranking in that 11th position above Italy and Spain. Here you also have, I think you could be able to read it, the difference, the change in positions since the 19th, where China has gained 7 positions, Japan 1, India 4, and Korea 4 too. And you also can see that European countries has lost positions in this same period. This position is even higher in the economic dimension, where Korea climbs up to the 9th position, but it's also true that here the difference with the next one are bigger. So in some way it could have reached some maximum. And also it's higher than in global terms the presence, the position in the military ranking. Again, the 9th position, climbing 5 positions in the 19th, and here with less difference between the next one, so it might be possible to scale even more positions in the next years. And finally, in the soft presence rankings, Korea has a lower position, but as you can see, is where they have gained the higher number of positions in comparison to the 90s. 11 positions higher than in the 90s, and here again with a very low difference between the next ones. So also with high possibilities of climbing more positions in the next editions. I also have to point here that this data doesn't fully get, let's say, the post-pandemic recovery. For example, in terms of tourism, they are not yet that recovery get it. So in the next edition, we could expect a change in these values when this data is updated. So, in conclusion, if the reform of the G7 aims to rebalance from a geographical point of view, Korea is, of course, one of the strongest candidates for it. We also know that there are other candidates, other regional candidates, for example, India, which might introduce probably more, we could say, multipolarity in the group, but also more challenge, in terms, for example, of shared values. And also we know that, and we are in Spain, Spain has also been posed sometimes as candidate of joining the G7. And we have one positive point for that, which could be our links with other regions, particularly Latin America and Africa, North and Sub-Saharan Africa, which would also introduce some kind of multipolarity or connection between different regions. But here the problem, as you know, is that Europe is already overrepresented in the G7, both in individual terms and in as the EU as a whole. So while globalization has not stopped, it's clear that its nature and actors have changed. So any reform of a global institution must reflect that changing world. I would end here only remembering that all this data is in our website, where you can find this data and the data for the 150 countries, and also that in 15 days we are launching the new edition of this index with the results 2024. and we think with some news that we hope will be of your interest. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Manuel, for explaining the role of Korea in globalization and making the case for its membership in the G7, not only based on the volume of presence, but also the very diverse nature of it. You also pointed out something that was mentioned in the previous panel, which is the challenge of the internal cohesion of the group, which I would add is already an issue without the enlargement. Also, maybe during the Q&A, we'll ask you to share a couple of scoops on the next edition that will be launching in a couple of weeks, if there are any interesting insights, any interesting results for this conversation. Ambassador, given this framework, what would be your take on how the South Korean diplomacy, how the Korean diplomacy could approach this issue?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I did not expect that I speak second. I was asked to speak last. Is it okay that I speak? Oh, yeah? Good. Well, I was asked to speak more or less focusing on South Korea's diplomacy approaches, how South Korea's diplomacy approaches the membership into the G7. Well, I'm out of the government for so long, and obviously I'm not speaking for the government of the Republic of Korea. I speak for myself, so please bear with me about my own opinion. Well, the first session was quite interesting and informative for me in terms of a bigger perspective in seeing the multilateralism, how to sustain the rules-based international order, and how to recapture those positive spirit in the United Nations. I am rather not optimistic view given the development of situation these days. Having said so, the international political and economic environment is changing rapidly and drastically. We see a new things happening every day. Yesterday, we had a very positive sign. New Pope was elected. That was a very positive sign, rarely seen in recent days, especially when we think about the return of President Trump. This unquestionably accelerated the worsening of the international situation, destabilizing partnership with long-standing allies and friends, undoing multilateralism. That's what we are focusing on, not only today, for the days and weeks and months coming. But at the same time, developments in recent years have highlighted the growing interconnectedness between Europe and Asia, not only economically, but also in terms of the security. Under these circumstances, South Korea faces its own challenges. Some are unique to South Korea. Others are commonly shared with other countries like Spain and EU countries. Let me point 4 challenging factors briefly among others. First, the inexorable strengthening of North Korea's nuclear and missile capabilities and its dangerously hostile attitude toward South Korea. Second, changes in the U.S. approach to its allies and partners. Whether those changes are temporary aberration for 4 years or the sign of permanent transformation, this was the question first raised at the start of first Trump administration. This question, I think, no longer is relevant as of now, because from South Korea's viewpoint, this would already have significant implication for and impact on South Korea's diplomatic posture in world affairs. Third, US-China relationship is becoming ever more confrontational rather than cooperative or constructively competitive, which may constrict South Korea's room for diplomatic maneuver. Fourth, upcoming presidential election in Korea on June 3rd, which will introduce new government and new policies that are different from the Yoon government. Well, I wish I could say something about the future government's policy, but everything is in disarray right now, so I do not have a very clear crystal ball right now, so let me stop there about that. Let me briefly touch upon the Yoon government's policy. In recent years, under President Yoon Suk-yeol, South Korea has taken a proactive diplomatic path, the so-called Global Pivotal State, GPS in short. He has sought to strengthen the alliance with the US and improve relations with Japan. He cemented the foundation for trilateral security cooperation between Korea, US, and Japan. However, there has been criticism, especially from the left-wing and progressive camp, with regard to the government's relationship with China, which they argue, the critics argue, has become unnecessarily estranged against its national interest due to an overemphasis on value-based diplomacy. GPS as a political slogan may end with the removal of President Yoon from office, but I hope some of its key tenets are likely to continue to some extent, no matter who wins the presidential election, and efforts to promote multilateralism probably will also be sustained. However, the scope and depth of Korea's policy continuity will inevitably vary depending upon the nature of the new government. We should not underestimate the degree to which the new government brings the changes in its foreign policy, especially with regard to Korea-US alliance. In general, grouping in diplomacy are important. In that regard, South Korea is vulnerable due to the lack of formal networks except for the ROK-US bilateral alliance and MIKTA, which stands for 5 countries, Mexico, Indonesia, Korea, Turkey, and Australia. This is a consultative grouping formed in 2013, loosely organizing consultative grouping. South Korea has emphasized the importance of close cooperation with the G7, NATO, EU, G20, and ASEAN. And with the growing influence of the global South, especially that of BRICS, it is high time to expand and strengthen the role of the G7 in defense and as a coalition of leading democracies. Now, Korea's participation issue in the G7. The G7 should enhance coordination with non-G7 partners, including members of the Global South. And the G7 should also expand its membership to more effectively respond to the world's challenges and help stabilize today's turbulent international situation. Given that the key geopolitical and economic challenges of today emanate from the Indo-Pacific, the case for more representation of Indo-Pacific countries in the G7 cannot be clearer. I believe that Korea has both the will and the capacity to help the G7 achieve these goals. And Korean government has made its intention to become the members of the G7 clearly in the past. Korea is a key security player in the Indo-Pacific. It is a robust and highly resilient democracy. This is underpinned by a strong commitment to liberal democracy and the ability to practice it. So when I say liberal democracy, it is the opposite, almost opposite meaning of illiberal democracy and autocratic regimes as well. In addition, Korea's economy today ranks among the top 10 in the world, as Dr. Santos has encouragingly showed in your diagrams. It is quite even flattering for Koreans. But from the inner point of view from Korea, we have very many problems that your bright diagram cannot properly explain. But anyway, we have shown the interesting signs in economic side. It is included in a leading group in high technology, manufacturing, and innovation, particularly in semiconductors, shipbuildings, and electronics. Shipbuilding is one of the key connections that could positively function between Korean government and Trump administration. And K-culture, as Mr. Guillermo Anguera in the morning session has appreciated. This has also contributed to South Korea's soft power and value-based diplomacy. At a time when even the G7 members are reducing their official development assistance, ODA, Korea has increased its foreign assistance fourfold since 2010. In May last year, Korea hosted the Korea-Africa Summit and announced $10 billion in development assistance to Africa by 2030. And with the growing importance of self-reliance in defense, South Korea's cost-effective, state-of-the-art weapons are instrumental to strengthening Korea's own defense capabilities. This can serve also as a significant point of leverage in enhancing its partnership not only with the US and Japan, but also with EU and NATO countries. No less important point is that Asia remains underrepresented in the G7 compared to Europe, with Japan being the only Asian member. Against this backdrop, there are several constraints and considerations that must be addressed when evaluating Korea's potential membership in the G7. One, how is President Trump likely to perceive the G7? Will he approach it as a strategic instrument for engaging with authoritarian regimes to manage global issues? If he doesn't attach much weight to the G7, or if he skips this year's summit meeting in Canada next month, which I don't think will happen, the momentum for Korea's membership might lose some amount of steam. With this in mind, let me point out one opinion voiced in America during the first Trump presidency in 2018, when President Trump was criticized to have abandoning the international order that Washington has created over decades after World War II. Some people called on Australia, Canada, France, Italy, Japan, South Korea, the UK, and the EU to form the G9, a group dedicated to maintaining global rules based on collective security, open market system, and democracy. This idea at the time didn't get much attention, and it will require extraordinary efforts to make it a reality if we, keep the US out of the picture. But these countries may have to give a thought on how to work together more closely with little or no presence of the United States. Point 2. Some in Korea are concerned about Japan's lukewarm attitude or reluctance to accept Korea as a G7 member. I understand there's one Japanese who made a very excellent question in the morning session. Japan may lose its privileged status as the sole representative of Asia in the G7. I think this is an issue between the benefits of sole representation, which accrue to a single country, and the problem of underrepresentation, which is a disservice to an entire region. As for Korea, we can work in alignment with Japan to strengthen our synergy through cooperation and solidarity in upholding the values championed by the G7 and maintaining peace and stability in the Northeast Asia region. Point 3. Korean domestic politics affect its overall foreign policy in a significant way, depending on which party comes to power in next month's presidential election. It might take more time than expected for Korea to take action in the issue of G7 membership. Let me wrap up my statement. Even as political consensus among G7 members on expansion has yet to be formed, and the views of US President Trump on the role of the G7 has yet to be fleshed out, it is fair to say that Seoul is one of the strongest candidates for an expanded G7 or a G7 plus format. My personal opinion, my personal belief is that Korean diplomacy should be based on, first, value-based, second, pragmatic, third, future-oriented. And I think these three principles that I have will eventually lead Korea into the far-reaching objective to become one, to make unification between South and North, which is visioned as denuclearized, proactive and leading, and also middle power, but still the developed country. And membership of G7 is the initial step to realize Korea's objective, as well as its increasing the contribution to the world peace and prosperity. Let me stop here.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for explaining what could be the Korean approach to this enlargement, but also especially for explaining the added value of an enlarged G7. There are several ideas you have pointed out. Maybe two of them. Maybe some of them can be addressed again during the Q&A session. One of them is, well, stating the obvious, but which is key for this conversation, and we will probably Victor will have something to say about this, which is this link between domestic politics and the international role of countries, and hence the changing alliances, and also what has been called in IR the spaghetti ball, but maybe on a more positive note, the much needed cooperation among different governance structures. So let us now zoom out and go to Europe. So Stephen, maybe, and yes, Miguel has reminded me that today is the Day of Europe. So,
It's Europe Day.
I knew you would mention it. So, yeah, Stephen, the floor is yours.
No, many thanks, and delighted to be here. Indeed, thanks to Elkanah, Korea Foundation, everybody who's been involved in this. Happy to contribute to this, or try to this discussion. Doing it also, like others have done, from a personal viewpoint. I do not pretend to speak for Europe. It's very difficult anyway to speak for Europe, for reasons that everybody knows, but I don't have even that pretense or that claim. I will give you my personal take on this interesting question. Where do we go with the G7 in the light of all the storms and tornadoes that are afflicting the world today, and what does that mean for the candidacy or the role of South Korea? Look, I'm going to make 4 quick points, and I'll really try to stick to time. The first thing is that I think most Europeans see the key role of the G7 as the democratic steering committee of global governance. And the 2 elements are clear, important. It's a group of democracies, and it's a group that has to work on global public goods, global governance. And I think the role of South Korea should be perhaps assessed in that context. Second point, of course, and many speakers have made this emphatically clear, South Korea is a highly aligned, highly like-minded, democratic, mature democracy, despite turbulence, that has engaged, very, very importantly on what the G7 has increasingly done. G7 started as an economic club, but in recent years really acquired a more strategic role to handle the principal security threats that the democratic world faces, which are China and Russia. So the cooperation and coordination on sanctions policy on Russia has been critical. The cooperation on de-risking vis-à-vis China has been largely conducted in the G7 framework, and South Korea belongs in that club. Third, if we are talking about enlargement, I want to be very clear that the idea of Russia re-entering the club will be met by a very hostile view in Europe, because we feel that Russia, with its ongoing aggression, is emphatically not a candidate for enlargement. And there are, of course, others who float this idea, important players. And final point, and we've touched on this, but I think we really have to put it loud and clear and at the center of the debate. We don't know about the US attitude to the G7. We don't know about the US attitude to this notion of a club of democracies as a steering board, steering committee for global governance. As I said right at the top, there's a huge question mark over this. And I think that is, will influence a lot of the debate on where South Korea fits in all this and how we work together as EU and South Korea. So those are the 4 points. Rapidly, stay with me. Okay, the EU itself. Well, the EU, as has been mentioned, is itself a member of the G7 alongside European countries. It's important to note that the institutional presidents of the European Council and the Commission. Yes, we are complicated in Europe. We always send too many people to every international event. But this is, I think, an important added value, also in view of what sort of appeared here and there, Spain, the Netherlands. There are others sort of, appearing, and it's a country I know quite well. They also have this, and I think we have to nip that idea in the bud immediately and say, no, the European Union represents the 27, including Spain, including the Netherlands, including, So that, I think the EU institutions have had really also an added value in this format, not only to take care of intra-European business of representation and how do we organize ourselves and who goes where. No, the EU institutions make really significant contributions to the work of the G7, as I mentioned, on Ukraine sanctions, on de-risking, on export controls on China, on long-standing programs on what's called the Global Partnership on Non-Proliferation. There's significant sums of money and expertise that the EU institutions make available to the G7 world. Okay. as I said, there's been a sort of a shift a bit in the role of the G7 from this economic club to a more strategic coordination of how we deal with revisionist powers. You know, the design of the sanctions, the oil price cap, the modalities of export controls vis-a-vis China have really figured very, very prominently. And I think that underpins a wider Western strategy. We can still think in terms of the West, but that's what we've been doing at least up until January 20th, up until of this year. And of course, as I mentioned, South Korea has closely aligned and supported and contributed to that broader Western effort to deal with revisionist with power. So, and I think that's tremendously valuable, and whatever happens in future scenarios, we got to hold on to that. Now, on the specific issue then of enlargement and would South Korea, how does it fit? And as Manuel and many others have pointed out vividly with these graphs, and I really salute Elcano's efforts to try to do something which is hard, right? Which is trying to measure global presence, try to measure global, and to put some methodology behind that. And I think that's really interesting. Now, and in these graphs, you see that South Korea is climbing up very clearly. So that makes it a very, very strong candidate. But then again, so are other democracies. And MICTA was mentioned, for instance, and I think that's a very interesting category to think about, right? Is Mexico, is Turkey, where does India fit in this, Australia? And I think that is, if there were to be an enlargement, and I'll come to that towards the end, thinking in a wider category of democracies that contribute to global governance, that help solve global problems, that provide global goods, that address the strong push by revisionist power to undo rules-based multilateralism, then thinking about that broader category of countries would, I think, have a lot of merit, rather than talking about a single individual country, although I understand why the organizers of this conference framed it in those terms. Okay, then, as I said, I want to underline this. If you then talk about enlargement, I want to put clearly the Russia idea, as President Trump has mused about, and it is open. This is out there in the open that the United States, when it assumes the G7 presidency, I think next year, would like to, trigger a discussion about the readmission after we've settled this Ukraine war, which remains to be seen. Whether Russia will be a good candidate for readmission. And I think that would be seen by the European members of the G7 as well as the European Union in its entirety as a very bad idea, and as an idea without merits. And it would really go against the fundamental organizing principle of what we see as the rationale for this club. And I repeat, I go back to the print. It's a club of democracies aimed to be the steering committee of global governance. So that we have to put to a side and be ready to counter that. Now, let me then finally get to the heart of the matter. How do I read the American position in all of this and the American position on global governance? Well, it's my take, and there are many different takes available, but I don't think Trump 2.0 is an aberration. I think it's a consequence of deeper structural trends in the United States body politic. And I think it's a very significant shift that we are witnessing. If you want to put some numbers on it, and many here are sort of international relations students or professors or practitioners, 2022, some people say, was sort of the end of 1989, at least for Europeans, right? 2025 is perhaps the end of 1945. And I think we are having to think in these categories, that what we are seeing, that the sun is leaving the solar system. The United States, for decades, built a system of rules, of norms, of institutions that we are all so familiar with and that we're so invested in, it has produced so many benefits, and I think the sun is leaving the system. And if you listen now to American representatives of the Trump administration, they say they want to build a new order. And a new order that's going to last, quote, for another 100 years. So they're not in tinkering at the edges here. They have in their mind a fundamental reordering of the global system. And in my view, that will be at odds with the core definition of what I see the rule of the G7. So I think we are at a crossroads here, and we cannot sugarcoat this and think, as we also heard a bit at the beginning, that we stick to this notion that there's a choice between revisionist and then rules-based, and the US is still in the rules-based order camp. I don't think that's the case any longer, and at least we have to ask ourselves whether that's how we really think the situation is. So, and then I'll end. There's a bit of a choice to make. Either you hold on to the definition that I gave at the beginning, and then the future attitude of the United States in that club really needs to be questioned. And in that case, perhaps you go down to a G6, before then perhaps enlarging to a wider G8, 9, 10, in which South Korea would fit. Or you see it differently and say you keep the United States in, you try to say, okay, it's a product of a certain historical period, and why would you change that? And it's so dangerous if the US were to really drift away from this club. But then I say, yeah, but you also have the sort of G20 then. And what's then the difference between the G20, which has a lot of merit in terms of involving the global south and all sorts of other, Ileana, you mentioned this point earlier. So I think there's the choice that sort of lies before us. And let me end there.
Thank you very much, Stephen, for taking this larger perspective and pointing out some very important idea, which is that the eventual integration of Korea in the G7 needs to be part of a larger conversation about the role of the G7, the role of an enlarged G7, and a larger conversation on all potential candidates and the different added values that each of them would bring to the group. And also, yes, for this very natural transition to Victor's take on what it means for the US and a large G7 and what the US means for the G7 as it is now. So yeah, Victor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ileana, and thank you for chairing this panel. I really enjoy sharing the stage with Stephen, Emmanuel, and my good friend, Ambassador Kim Sook. Thank you to the Elcano Foundation, Elcano Institute, and the Korea Foundation for hosting. And of course, it's very good to see Foreign Minister Yun and Ambassador Lim. I'm going to dispense with the initial part of my presentation because a lot of it's been said already about the questions about where the rules-based international order is going, except to say that I really like this metaphor of the sun leaving the solar system. I've never heard it put quite that way. And we all know that in international relations, the international system abhors a vacuum. So something will fill that vacuum. And the question is, what will it be? We were talking this morning about some of these minilaterals and plurilaterals, like the Quad, like IP4, some of these other things. I think these are all important, but they are not really positioned to address global governance issues as a whole. We can talk about the G20 and other sorts of things, but in the end, I think that the answer to this question of what fills the void is going to be not the creation of a new institution. We don't have the time, the luxury of time or the capability to go back to 1945 and to create a new institution. The way we put it in some of the work we've done at CSIS, the question is how do we not create new architecture, but how do we bend existing architecture to fill that void? Like, how do we bend existing architecture to fill that void? And I think where we have come down is that the only institution that is capable of being bent in that direction really is the G7. The G7 has emerged as more important than ever as the only viable global governance institution of like-minded partners, as Stephen said. The caveat, of course, is the G7 global governance when we're talking about the G7, we're not talking about turning the G7 into another UN Security Council. That will never happen. The G7 cannot do that, but they can operate as a group of like-minded states that lead by setting norms and rules and coordinating policy on all sorts of issues. And again, as has been mentioned, if we look to some of the major policy initiatives today, they have all defaulted to the G7, right? When we think about supply chains, countering economic coercion, technology controls, investment screening, countering Chinese and Russian disinformation, counter-proliferation sanctions against North Korea after the demise of the panel of experts, using frozen Russian assets to fund Ukraine reconstruction. These are all things that came out of the G7. The international system has defaulted now to the G7. But the dilemma here is that the G7 in its current capacity isn't enough. It's not capable of managing all these problems. And as Manuel's, this Elcano index shows, the G7 of today is not the G7 of the 1970s, 80s, and 90s that we knew before. It comprises a smaller overall amount of the world's wealth, what today may be less than 10% of the global population. The G7 today just doesn't have the capacity of the G7 before. So this takes us to the question of what do we do, like expansion. And so, I'll just summarize some of the work we've done at this, and there's just 4 main points I want to make. So the first is that the G7 agenda very clearly today is a global agenda. As was discussed, G7 initially started out as focused on coordinating a monetary supply, right? Currency. It was entirely a group of coordinated around finance ministers. But we did a data scraping of the last 4 G7 leaders summit statements to see what were the main issues that they talked about in the leaders' statements. And so, we scraped all this data and we said, what are the G7 leaders saying is most important that they feature in their statement? And so they are, I didn't bring my slides, I'm really sorry about this, but they're not in, I don't have these all in order, but they're basically, the Indo-Pacific was number 1, right? Then there were things like development, economic resiliency, food security, labor, Ukraine, digital infrastructure and security, non-proliferation, climate, supply chains, right? These were sort of the top 9 issues. So we know that the G7 leaders have set for themselves a global agenda, right? It's not just about coordinating currency or money supply or any of this. It's a global agenda. So then the next thing we did was the G7 as it's currently constituted isn't equipped to manage all of these issues. In 1992, the G7 represented almost 67% of global GDP. Today, this has dropped below, in 2012, this dropped below 50%, and now it's around 43%. I think in your global presence index, it's 42%. You said 42%. So I think our numbers coincide, and they now represent less than 10% of the population. As we said, the number 1 issue that G7 leaders have featured in their statements recently is the future of the Indo-Pacific. And there's only one country in the G7 that represents the Indo-Pacific, right, which is Japan. So there's a lot of misalignment there. So the G7 needs to expand its membership in order to have the capabilities to deal with these issues that they say they want to deal with. So how do we think about membership? So what we did was we assembled a database of 300 plus performance metrics across these G7 issue areas that have been identified by G7 leader statements to see how well G7 countries and other countries perform on these metrics. And so what we found when we did this, these are all 300 plus performance metrics publicly available. what we found is that there were 2 countries in Asia and 2 countries in Europe that in terms of their performance metric on these 9 global issues break into the ranks of the G7 countries, right? And the 2 countries in the Indo-Pacific are Australia and South Korea, and the 2 countries in Europe are the Netherlands and Spain, right? So, for example, Korea, in digital competitiveness, has a performance metric that is higher than every G7 country except the US and the UK, right? Spain, playing to a Spanish audience, Spain on climate change has a higher performance metric than all G7 countries except Germany and the UK. If we took the aggregate of all of these performance metrics and looked at a G11, for example, not a G7, but a G11, if we looked at a G11 overall performance metrics on these 9 issues, the number 2 country is actually the Netherlands, the number 7 is Australia, number 8 is South Korea, and number 10 is Spain. And before you even asked me the question, India registered below Italy on every metric, every one of the 8 or 9 things. India registered lower, and before you even asked me about China, we didn't include China in the performance metrics because they are not a like-minded country. So we didn't even include Performa in the China in the performance metrics. The caveat here is that in doing this work, we did assemble a group of about 24 former G7 Sherpas and from the United States and from Europe, and most of them were against the idea of G7 expansion. They liked the idea of the small group, they liked the trust between the leaders, they like the informality. They say in these meetings, G7 leaders basically throw away their talking points and they have honest, genuine conversations. And for many of them, expansion meant turning the G7 into the G20, right? Too big, no action. And so our response here is that nobody wants to make another G20. But the trade-off between expansion and effectiveness is not immediately a zero-sum game, right? The question is, how do you find the sweet spot between growing a little bit and improving capabilities without giving up effectiveness, right? That's what we have to aim for. And so in this regard, I think, we can think about expansion in terms of maybe adding some new members. Consolidation, maybe, consolidation maybe in the sense that you mentioned the European Union. the European Council, right, the European Commission have 2 seats on the G7, like maybe just maybe 1, like maybe not 2, maybe just 1. But if you're getting new Europeans, maybe this Spain and the Netherlands on, maybe that's the trade-off. But anyway, and then the last point is related to the two more points. The third point is related to legitimacy. When we talk to the Sherpas, there's constant reference to the question of the legitimacy of the G7, given the global south, emerging middle economies that are excluded. Rich countries club doesn't speak for the small and emerging economies. And so here, the important revision is to really create a more formal consultation mechanism between the G7 and some of these other key constituencies that are not represented by the G7. These exist informally right now, but to make them more formal and to have them as consultation mechanisms both before and after the G7 summits. And we would advocate consultation mechanisms with the African Union, with ASEAN, with China, with the OIC, and with the G20. And then the fourth and final point relates to mechanics, and in particular here, agenda setting. As we know, it's very informal right now. Agenda setting for the G7 summits is very informal. We asked the G7 Sherpas why that's the case. They responded by saying, well, whoever hosts the G7 summit, it costs a lot of money to host the G7, so we allow them the courtesy of being able to determine the agenda. But this leads to a great deal of inefficiency. If we take, for example, the issue of economic security. Economic security was featured in the Hiroshima G7 summit. It was not featured in the Italy summit. The Canadian who was at our meeting then raised her hand and said, oh, we will definitely feature it in the Canada G7 summit. And we were like, that's the point, right? It can't just appear and then disappear depending on who is hosting that year. Obviously, for Italy, the focus on Africa was very important and migration issues. So the recommendation here is that the agenda of the G7 should be set by a troika, right? A troika of last year's summit host, this year's summit host, and next year's summit host to ensure that there is consistency in terms of the agenda going forward. Of course, the big question, as Stephen correctly noted, we can put forward, Manuel and I can put forward all this data about why there are reasons for expanding the G7 as playing a larger role in global governance. The big unanswered question is the United States, obviously. And here, I can conceive of an argument where some might say the G7, needs to become the G6 before it expands. The idea of bringing Russia back in would be a disaster, I think, frankly. But I can also imagine scenarios in which, a Trump administration might see some advantage to changing the G7. Because as we knew in Trump's first term, he saw it largely as a group of Europeans that were ganging up against the United States. And change in that sense might be something that the United States might welcome. Not for reasons that we're talking about, but for other more petty, frankly, petty reasons. So this is a big unanswered question. I'm sure we can continue to talk about in the question and answer, but I think that's, I've used more than my allotment of time, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Victor, for explaining this study you led, and that very interestingly combines metrics with the insights and inputs by Sherpas. Maybe one very short comment on the latter. I can picture Sherpas of the actual members of the G7 being reluctant to the enlargement, but also, as you mentioned, they also point out to the legitimacy factor, and that there might be a trade-off between the control of the institution and the legitimacy of the group. And thank you very much for your insight also on the US administration and the current administration view on the group. So we can now open the Q&A session. I would ask you to raise your hand if you want to make a question. Be short, start by introducing yourselves. And if your question is addressed to a particular member of the panel, just mention it. We also welcome questions by email that will be shared with me. Yeah, so I can see that Mario in the back, then, yeah, I can see 3 hands raised, so let's start maybe with Mario, no? Okay, so let's start, yeah, the last row, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Ajinkya. Some of you already know me. I'm from IE University. And my question is specifically directed to Stephen. And I like how it was mentioned, actually multiple times my country was mentioned, India, and because it's a relevant power, and it is very curious to see how it is treating China as well as the EU, and is at the same time trying to balance as well as shifting gradually to the Russian and Chinese bloc, so to speak. So would you think that there is still a possibility to get India more on board with the West or with the EU and these like-minded countries to essentially pull the wind out of the BRICS? And do you think that's a lost cause, or do you think that is still possible? Right. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll gather 2 or 3 questions, and then, yeah, I could see another hand. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Amara. I'm currently a student at the master's program at Universidad Complutense de Madrid, and I am also a former Georgetown student. I studied there in spring 2024 as an exchange student. And my question is about Korean soft power in the cultural space, because Korean culture has seen an unprecedented growth in interest in Spain and around the world. And what strategies does Korea have as part of its cultural diplomacy to channel its soft power around the world?
Thank you. And then in the second row, I could see another hand raised. Yeah.
Hi, thank you everyone. Lina Yoon, I'm the Korea's researcher for Human Rights Watch. And I wanted to ask a question about, because there's this constant discussion about the like-minded states, right? Which require of an infrastructure that supports for, the checks and balances, then, documenting human rights violations. And right now, with the U.S. foreign aid cuts, foreign assistance cuts, that whole ecosystem right now is under existential threat. So in that kind of a thinking process of maybe including the G7, the priorities, but also the reform of the global governance, that I wonder, can it survive without that ecosystem that has been kind of like that protector of that receding, territory, protecting at-risk groups? What are kind of the priorities we should prioritize? What are the key issues that we should prioritize in that process?
Okay, I don't see any more hands raised, so maybe I will give the floor back to the speakers. Oh, sorry, yeah. Minister. And then we will get back to the panel.
It's part of a question, part of comments, just to give you some food for thought. And number one, actually the concept of expansion and consolidation is not new, because since we created the APEC process in 1989, then 10 years later, we started to discuss this matter, whether to expand the new membership. Then our excuse was, well, it's time for us to consolidate further. And that consolidation period lasted for more than 20 years. That's number one. Number two is Xi Jinping, on the New Year's Day, said, well, China's the biggest foreign policy objective is now collaboration with the global south. That is one of two foreign policy objectives. Number three, when you talk about global south, now there are a growing number of geopolitical swing states. Before, the economists called it T25. I think now the number is growing more. That growing number actually shifted their affirmative position vote to negative position again about the Ukraine resolution, right? And so I think this is one the point you have to bear in mind. And then the BRICS is composed of very diverse kind of members, right? India is now striking, made a very interesting role, right? And that's one thing. And Indonesia is now a new member of ASEAN. That's very interesting. So G7 is totally different. Finally, when I created MICTA, it took less than 1 week. Once you have the same mind, the same objective, it takes less than 1 week. Right? Then, since I created that MICTA in 2013, for 12 years, now we have ministers meeting, all kinds of ministers meeting, speakers of parliament meeting, all kinds of the business meeting. So it's like the APEC. APEC started a very modest way. Now it's like a regional global meeting, multilateral meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let me give the floor back to the panel. Maybe we can start with the reverse order. So Victor, I will give you the floor first, unless you...
So let's see. on this question of India and the question of India. So, like I said at the outset, I think there's a vacuum of global governance. All of our traditional institutions are underperforming, whether we're talking about the Security Council, the WTO has not been able to manage economic coercion by China or economic coercion by the United States, for that matter. These other groupings, but I think what I think adds to this vacuum is these, you can call them whatever you want, connector states, hedge states, Brazil, India, Indonesia, Turkey, Saudi, UAE, South Africa, that are really actively playing in between the two sides, right? They're very utilitarian, very profit maximizing based, playing both sides depending on when it best advantages them. That is not filling the vacuum, and it's not contributing to global governance, right? That is, frankly, making the situation worse. And then this question of sort of where we're headed. I was in DC for something this week where somebody said, "I feel like a dinosaur today because I still want to protect the old order, and I don't even know how to think about the new order." Well, I'm old, and I'm not a dinosaur, but I still want to protect the old order. I still would like to see the old order come back. Sure, there are many things about Trump and his 100-plus days that has changed foreign policy dramatically, but it's one important country, but a good part of the world doesn't feel that way. And so I'm still in favor of doing something to try to protect the old order, to try to talk about alliances in the way we normally talk about them. And the G7, I think, is one of these places where we can do that. The G7, like APEC, we know the identity of G7 is G7 is not a fixed number. It is not etched in concrete. Membership of the identity of G7 has changed over time. Right? It started out as a G5, right? Eventually became a G7, became a G8, and then right? Yeah, and then Russia was kicked out. So the notion that these institutions change in terms of their membership is not something that is new at all. And then I think the interesting point about MICTA that the foreign minister said is that, and it applies to when we think about G7 reform as well. I mean, the important message there is, if there is political will, then things can happen very quickly, right? So.
Thank you, Victor. Stephen.
Yeah, now following on from that, 3 quick points, picking up that point. I think when we talk about G7 enlargement and the sort of the candidacies and which countries and groups of countries would be good to add to the group, and I'm very interested to learn about what Victor said. You really looked at the contributions that individual countries could make to the kinds of issues that the G7 today wants to address. It is a very European thing I'm going to say. You need to link widening with deepening and reform, right? So if you widen, you also have to deepen a little bit. And one of the things that I've been to G7 meetings and summits, and even to the G8 summit. I've been to the G8 summit in Petersburg. And what struck me always is, yes, informality is great, but you also need enforcement capacity. If you observe a gap in global governance, because problems don't get solved, then you need to also include in these discussions, mechanisms and capacities to enforce decisions. Because I observe a huge global governance gap in that area. So that will be one reflection to it. On to India. I think from the EU side, there's a huge enthusiasm now to invest more into India, and the whole College of Commissioners took the plane and went to Delhi. And I think there's a sense of underperformance in that relationship. And I think people are very ambitious for it to deliver more. And I think there are reasons why on both sides there has been factors that explain the degree of underperformance. But I also think, indeed, that India, in my read of it, but I'm curious to hear yours, is that it would not want to really be seen to be joining a Western club. I think that there's a deep sense of commitment in the India body politics that I observe of a multi-alignment and keeping options open and playing on all sides and avoiding. Sometimes people say politics is choosing. Well, sometimes diplomacy is not choosing, and perhaps that's true for India, but I'm curious to hear your perspective. Well, it is true that when it comes to the BRICS Plus, that the read of people in Brussels and I think elsewhere in Europe is that we have to be able to play better, more intelligently, more proactively with those members of the BRICS Plus that are more aligned with us and to prevent the BRICS from developing into what it isn't today, but it should not become tomorrow, which is a cohesive bloc that were to be hostile to the kinds of values and interests that we hold dear. And then finally, the question on USAID cuts and what that means for Europeans and also South Koreans, and was part of a bit of a reflection in the EU circles on this. And I think this sort of where we ended up with, we should not reflexively try to fill all gaps that the Trump tornado is creating. It exceeds our capacities, frankly. I mean, it is simply not possible. But something that the American and USAID and agencies have done spectacularly successfully is support for democracy activists, bloggers, and people who really, are fighting on the front line of democracy in authoritarian governments, and that even doesn't involve enormous sums of money, and that Europeans, with South Koreans, I hope very much, and other democrats around the world, are going to say, okay, we got this. This we can achieve. There are other programs that the United States has funded, PEPFAR and global public health and things like that, that frankly we cannot cover because the sums are just exceeding our capacities. Thanks.
Thank you. Ambassador?
Before I answer to the soft power strategy, that's very awkward question for me. Let me briefly speak about what Victor has raised as the global agenda of G7. He mentioned Indo-Pacific food, the supply chain, and so on and so forth. Let me add a couple of things on that. One is nuclear non-proliferation. The other one is climate change, which are not unfamiliar to all of us. South Korea, having participated in the North Korean denuclearization process, including six-party talks where I was participating as the Korean delegation, we can make contribution to worldwide nuclear non-proliferation, especially on the subject of North Korean denuclearization, as well as in some part Iran's nuclear program as well, even though South Korea is not engaged in that process. Back in 2011 to 13, when I was working at the UN, the mood was that we could enlist support from China and Russia to some extent. And when I was sitting in the Security Council in 2013, I could see the positive engagement from China and some portion of Russia as well. But now it is completely different. There has been the profound, fundamental shift and transformation in the international strategic and security environment. Underlies, there's the great power competition, rivalry between US and China. We should not lose sight of the fundamental factor of this rivalry. This rivalry affects almost all every aspect of the world affairs. But I think, well, you might have heard of a CVID, complete, comprehensive, verifiable, irreversible dismantlement of North Korean nuclear issue. But these days, it is almost regarded as a gone word, which I think is very ridiculous, which endangers the very system, international system of nuclear non-proliferation, all because of U.S.-China relationship. Well, we could enlist some support on the global issue from China and Russia, but they are now seeing things in their eyes in competing another great nation like U.S. That is what I felt, and I think that is one of the several issues that makes things worse. And about that soft powers, does Korea have strategy on soft power, like K-culture, the idols and the films, movies? Well, I know some of the movies are very popular in world market, and many youngsters are crazy about these idols. And when I left Incheon airport yesterday, I saw many youngsters lining, and I asked, what's happening? They say some idol are leaving country to visit some other countries. So, but of course there's a ministry in our government system that deals with those sports, the culture, and other arts. But I don't think this K-culture was the product of government intention or design. It was made by private sector. Those private sector, the movies and movie actors. Well, I think Netflix could be one factor that contribute to Korean K-culture as well. And I know that, as somebody mentioned, Parasite and Squid Game, these are very popular in Western countries. In Korea, well, La Casa de Papel, that is very popular. So it is spontaneous. Yeah, so private sector is more important than the government strategy or something like that. I'm the last man who can speak about the soft power and strategy for that. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Manuel.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm going to continue with this soft issue. No? Firstly, with something that I didn't say previously, no? That is, we used to talk about presence and not about power. No? Why? Or the reason is because we have the need to measure it. No? But for sure that power is exercised on presence grounds. No? So having high presence, and particularly having high economic, military, and soft presence might be an insight, no, of power, of global power. And in terms of soft presence, with our data, the insertion of Korea is supported by indicators related with its economic insertion. I mean, science, technology, or education. No? And also by culture, where we measure it with audiovisual exports and also with cultural goods export. No? And in this sense, we wrote some years ago a piece where we analyzed the K-pop emergency, and we compare it with the previous cultural waves in the region, the J-pop, the Japanese audiovisual growth, and also with the particularity of being between two bigs, Japan and also China. So I think that is really important, this ability of maintaining a self-cultural projection. And also linking with this thing of this changing states, the different alliance that might be, that could be built. Our president, José Juan Ruiz, wrote some weeks ago a paper using game theory, trying to quantify different scenarios, considering also different alliances. So I would recommend you that paper. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, I think that Victor wanted to add something.
I just want on the soft power K culture thing. I just wanted to say one thing, and so I think the biggest failure of South Korean government policy. I agree with Ambassador Kim Sook that this is a private sector endeavor. I mean, it started out with help from the Korean government, but it's largely a private sector endeavor. But I think the biggest failure of Korean government policy is the lack of proactive thinking about how to take this popularity of K music and K culture and make it into something that's more permanent, that these people become permanent friends of Korea. Not just something, oh yeah, I liked Blackpink when I was in college, right? But something that is more permanent, and proactive thinking about that. I feel like that is, when I talk to like Ministry of Culture people, I feel like nobody's really thinking about that. And for that I mean, the counterpoint to that is Japan. Like Japan was very successful at turning interest in Japanese culture and everything into something that was much more long-term.
Thank you very much. Victor, on my side, I just have two final comments. Maybe one note on the US aid cuts. And this idea that, well, on the one hand, that the EU is not able to fill that gap, but on the other hand, this idea that there are no vacuums in the long term and that someone else then will fill it. Although this might be true in general terms, the truth is that just like the EU doesn't have the financial capacity to replace USAID, no other country has. And so maybe we shouldn't also overestimate the possibility of other countries, such as South donors, such as China, to fill that gap. So, and this leads us back to this idea of reform. Probably the development cooperation system, as we know it, is over. There will be something new with, of course, again, a game power in it, but it will be different. We won't stick to the same system with a new major player. That is of course, my reading of the situation. Maybe on a more personal note, let me thank very much the Korea Foundation for co-organizing this, my colleagues at Elcano, Mario and Cristina for having me in this event, because just like Nacho, I'm not an expert on South Korea, but in a previous life, I actually studied the country. South Korea is one of the 2 case studies in my PhD thesis. The other one is another MITCA, is Mexico. So, it was good. That was prehistory, of course, but it was good to get back to this earlier phase. Just join me in a very big thank you to all the panelists, to the audience, and yes, and thank you all very much for joining us today.